Do. Welcome back, friends. Wendi Adelson Interrogation, Part 1 Analysis. How Wendi Adelson exposed her own guilt, which she did many times over in this interview. It's all there, and I don't want to hear any of this. I don't want to hear people saying, well, maybe Isom knew all along. You know? Come on. Who are you trying to fool here? Who are you trying to fool? Well, maybe it was a police tactic because they didn't want to let her know that she had been spooked. Wrong. No, I can't wait. Please, if that is your opinion, bring it to us. We'd love to shoot it down. They didn't know. Unbelievably. I mean, it almost makes me think that Wendi Adelson has some sort of occult power that only happens if you're in front of her. But of course, with the advantage of retrospective video analysis, we know the truth. How's everyone doing in the chat? Are we connected? Are we live? Is this live? Welcome back, friends. This is a rare pleasure. Or is it medium well? Yeah, what are we doing? We're just getting set up. Has anyone noticed this? I know your clocks have gone forward in America, North America, all across the continent. You know, why do you do that? Why do you do that when no one else does that and you don't even tell anybody? I didn't know. I don't know when the clocks go back in Greenwich Mean Time, but I know it's not right now. Yeah, but I just keep running out of time all day, every day. It's just the clocks are going fast. Too fast. Yeah, what are we doing? I think we're set up. I'm real disorganized tonight. But, yeah, let's get to it. Let's just jump straight in. I mean, do we need an introduction? Wendi Adelson was married to Dan Markel, and Dan Markel was a shut up. You all know the story. You all know the story. That's why you're here. That's why you've come. Okay, just double checking this chat. How's the audio, guys? Is it echoey? Should I open a window? What about if I do this? I'm going to turn on this fan heater. What do people think about this? Is this noisy? Can you hear it? 1, 2, 3, go. Does that come through on the stream? Somebody let me know. It's keeping my feet warm. Damn these tile floors. Audio is great. You can't hear the fan? Fantastic. Warm feet the whole night through. Okay, yeah. We're going to hide this puppy. We're going to dive straight in. Dive right in. Welcome. I hope no one thinks my watermark is too obnoxious. I tried to make it look like it was written on the board, and I think it should be. I think one day in the future, all interrogation rooms will say, True Crime Metrix, beware because he's coming.
your ID with you?
I just listened to my voicemail.
What'd you hear?
Who
was your voicemail?
It's from Lisa Carey, who is my real estate agent, or who I had gone with to find a house. She just said she was driving around town, and she heard there was a shooting on Trescott.
Yeah, that's what this is about. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if I should...
It's all right, just leave it there. Is it still on?
It's right there.
And you want to just hit play again for me?
Sure.
But I'll tell you something, guys. If I have anything to admire about Wendi Adelson, I mean, I know it's just come from an extreme case of narcissism, but to take this job on, to prepare yourself to go into this interrogation room and have the confidence to pull it off, not many people are going to do that. I don't know if that's something to admire. It's not really, but it is baffling that she just, if you really imagine the preparation, right? And then it comes to those first moments, you know, and I wonder, I mean, a lot of stuff went her way, right? That call from, was it Lisa Curry? She didn't have control of that. That wasn't set up. Obviously, Jane was set up. We'll get there later, probably not today. But that call came in. What a great way. You know, she has now introduced General Isom to the fact that there was a shooting on Trescott. That is incredibly fortuitous, and she takes full advantage of that, okay? Let's see it again. Just before we do, guys, can someone let me know? I know a lot of people watch this on their cell phones. These comments on the screen, are they too small, too big? Should they be there at all? I mean, what do people think? Maybe we should make a poll.
I just listened to my voicemail.
What'd you hear?
Who
was your voicemail?
It's from Lisa Carey, who is my real estate agent, or who I had gone with to find a house. She just said she was driving around town, and she heard there was a shooting on Trescott.
Yeah, that's what this is about. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if I should...
It's all right, just leave it there. Is it still on?
Okay, so, you know this thing people say, people always say that Wendi didn't ask about the kids, right? She's told about Danny being shot, and the excuse is that, well, he dropped them off at school. I would have known if they weren't safe at school, right? But Lisa Curry doesn't know what time the shooting was. What if the shooting was at 7 a.m. and the kids were still at the house? What if this wasn't a targeted murder of Dan and just some drive-by or whatever, and bullets were flying? There was a shooting on Trescott. There's no mention of time. She hasn't been with the kids all week. In the summer, they went to week on, week off, 7-day schedule, whatever. Bullshit. You know, it took her about, what, a week to get the shit out of her mouth to tell General Isom about the phone call. Who was the voicemail? You know, she is there now processing, okay, how do I play this? Do I freak out and go, hey, oh my God, there's a shooting on Trescott? Or do I play it cool? I mean, it's fucked. And General Isom should have cuffed her right then.
It's right there.
Do you want to just hit play again for me?
Sure.
Trescott, and I promise I'm not trying to be dramatic or even nosy. I don't know, just checking on you, my friend. I hope all is well. I hope your sweet boys are well.
Who's shot? Where are my kids? Why am I here? Has something happened to Dan? Are my kids okay? These are the questions immediately. Any mothers in the audience tonight, folks? What would you do? You're at lunch. You're scheduled to pick up your kids at school, because that's how they did the trade-off, right? Dan would take them to school, Wendi would pick them up, and that's how they changed hands, because they weren't on good terms, right? Most of the time, take advantage of the school, don't want to fucking see you, I'll pick them up from school. What would any mothers do that are in the audience right now? Where are my kids? What's happened? Who's shot? Has something happened to Dan? Why am I here? Nothing. Nothing. Just playing the fucking message. Joke. You know, it's not a good performance. It's amazing that she had the balls to go in, but, you know, I think General Isom has too much Southern hospitality or something to be a cop. I mean, he's so caring. In the Jeff Lacasse video, unredacted, hey, you know, I thought he wanted to give Jeff a hug at some point. Just at the end of the interview, just say, Jeff, listen, man, you know, do you want to go out? Do you want to get out of here, you and me? We'll get pudding and we'll talk women, okay? Unload on me, Jeff. I'm here for you, man. He's too kind, and that's why I like him. But it's not a good stance to take when you're responsible for investigating a murder, okay? And you're talking to the primo numero uno suspecto number one, right?
If there's anything you need, let me know. It just ran a chill down my spine when I heard the noise going on Trescott. All right, 212-3083. Hope all is well, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
Stop.
And the reason that... I'm sorry to interrupt so much, guys, but I have a shitload of things to say, so that's how it is. The reason that call is so fortuitous, I mean, not only does it offset Wendi... You know when a cop will tell you the big news and watch for your reaction? Which he kind of does a bit, but... you know, whatever. You know, it came in like that. It allowed Wendi to take control and actually inform General Isom of the situation and watch his reaction, yeah? Very lucky. But it also, you know, Lisa Curry hasn't phoned up Wendi and gone, oh my God, is this about your bitter divorce? Was it you? We think it was you. She's actually done quite the opposite and helped paint the picture of Wendi is not a suspect, right? Someone in the circle has now given a kind of character reference to the police. You know, very lucky call, very lucky call. Hey, Victoria Girl, Prosecco Fund, thank you so much for the super chat. Super sticker, super chat, thank you, Victoria Girl. Very kind, very kind.
Or does it stop automatically?
It's done.
Okay. Do you have your identification with you? So you never took the last name of Markel?
Yeah. Why the hell would I do that? Wendi Markel? I'm an Adelson, bitch. Adelson first, bitch.
A-D-E-L. Wendi with an I.
We still got to do that video of all the clips put together of General Isom spelling things and counting things. You can show it to your 3-year-old kid and they can play along. It's learning, but it's fun. Panda.
There was a shooting at your home, or your ex-husband's home, at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, excuse me, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital.
Why is she doing this? Not one question. What? What do you mean he's been shot? Who shot him? Where are the kids? Where are the fucking kids? Okay. Well, no, I knew that they were at school. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No one informed you that they were at school. No one informed you. You don't assume that your kids are at school if there's been a fucking shooting at your former home where they were that morning. Okay? Kids, where are they?
He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Okay?
I'm sorry, what? I messaged her at this party. What happened?
Well, before we get
Murder by Maestro. Welcome back, friend. Good to see you again.
into everything, I have to establish where you were and who you were with and so forth. Okay? And then once we've established all that, I can give you more details. Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You see, this is the one of the only portions where I think Isom is assessing this. You know, I'd love to know how the training goes for homicide detectives, especially in interviewing techniques. I suppose there will be a syllabus on informing a former spouse that their ex has been murdered, and to the kind of lens that you need to look through when you give that information and you're watching the reaction. It's hard to fake. She's not doing well. That's why she's covering the fuck out of her face, right? And pretending that she can't talk with this shocking shit it's not convincing at all. But what are those questions? What are the questions that homicide detectives are trained to, almost check off? Is there heavy breathing? Is it believable? What is their response? There must be a kind of check, 10, 20 questions or something that you have to go through specifically for watching someone's response when they've been given this devastating news.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
I just don't understand. How could this happen?
Can you let me get over this hump, okay? Let me do.
And I think the majority of people wouldn't break down into tears like this. I think there's a period of disbelief. It doesn't seem real. It takes a while to sink in, right? Tamara Damko's interview. That was, a few days? Can't remember the date of that. I think it was fairly soon after this. She still hadn't absorbed it completely and did convey the authentic demeanor of grief that hasn't actually got to that stage yet. You know what I'm saying?
Do that first. All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay.
Oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott, and I saw that it was blocked.
It was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was blocked.
And I just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something. Cause sometimes
Oh, you're saying as you drove down which one of the side roads?
when I'm going to a friend's party tonight, and it's a oh my God, what am I even talking about? I needed to buy, it's a stock the shelf engagement party, and so I went to buy bourbon.
Okay.
So I went to drive from my place up Trescott to get to ABC Liquor, and it was blocked, so I just turned around. I was on the phone at the time. I wasn't paying a lot of attention.
Right.
So I just turned around and drove up the other way. I just thought, oh, sometimes when I lived there were electrical things that would happen. I left my house around 12:15.
There would be electrical things that would happen. Electrical things that would happen. Her vernacular is fucked. Stock the shelf party. Yeah, I bought them flour and eggs. Stock the pantry. Yes. We'll get you some Tabasco and ground cinnamon.
Because I thought I'll get the bourbon and then I'll get some gas for the car and get super glue for one of the boys' toys, and I was trying to do all I can before meeting my two friends at 1.
Okay, who was at your house?
Hey, check this out. We're having Leslie to come and decorate. Thank you so much, Riding, for the fabulous super chat there. Wonderful. Thank you, Riding. For new drapes to match the bedspread. Joking, because actually that'd be hideous. Don't do that. We'll send Leslie to decorate. I'm sure that'd be fantastic. I want the entire place in bear skin. No, how do they decorate in Tennessee? Like few old distillery barrels or something. I don't know. What is going on now?
House this morning.
The only person that was at my house this morning was a guy from Best Buy, because my TV was broken and it's under warranty.
Good for you.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, a guy from Best Buy was at your house to work on your TV?
I have his name and everything at the house if you
Okay.
want it, because the boys broke the TV, so he gave me a choice of fixing it or getting a new one.
What time did he come to the house?
He called me at around 8. He was probably there until around 10.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you
and then after he left, I kept working on a paper, and I emailed the paper to a librarian at school to work on some of the citations.
Okay.
And I don't think I talked to anyone else, but I was just working for an hour or so from the house. I was going to take a shower, but I didn't. I ran out of time. I did laundry. And then I left the house around noon.
To go to the liquor store and the stuff for the party?
Yeah.
Okay, you went down which road you said?
I went down Trescott.
Okay.
I saw a police car there, and I just thought it was blocked, so I just turned around and drove to, I went down the rest of Centerville, went up Benton across, went to ABC Liquors, bought the bourbon.
I'm a little confused. You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose of driving down Trescott?
It's usually the shortcut to get to Monroe.
To get to Monroe?
I usually take it as a cut through to get to Thomasville or Monroe.
Okay, all right, so
I don't know why I said Monroe. I was thinking Mosaic, Monroe, Thomasville.
Okay, so when you come down into town on Centerville,
I almost always cut through Trescott.
And just drive by your old house?
Well, I do it as a way of, like, coming to terms with a divorce. But, yeah, sometimes I drive there. If I'm too sad, I drive around.
Okay.
If the kids aren't home and I know they're not home, I feel better about driving by the house. But, yeah, it's shorter, and I just usually drive by.
It's shorter than going all the way down to Benton?
All the way down Centerville and around Benton. It's just
Right.
a shortcut I always took.
Okay, so you turned around and went back to Centerville, I take it?
Yeah.
Down to Benton, and went to the liquor store down there on Thomasville?
Yeah.
The one at Benton Road?
ABC Liquors, it's at, Benton. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, did you make a purchase there?
Yeah,
And that was sometime after 12?
probably 12:30.
Okay, all right.
And I talked to a guy there because I don't really buy much alcohol, and so they wanted bourbon, and I asked the guy, we had a whole conversation about bourbon and
Right.
my eyes, like,
Your eyes?
he just said, your eyes are really blue,
Right.
and
You have contacts?
I do.
Okay.
But I just remembered it.
Right.
So I bought the bourbon and got some gas on Thomasville and met my friends at Mosaic.
Which gas station did you go to on Thomasville?
The one that's, I always forget the name, but the one that's close to the cross street, it's right next to the Goodwill.
Okay.
If you're heading north on Thomasville.
I feel compelled to bring up a theory that someone introduced a little while ago, and when I said I didn't like it, they ran away and have never come back. But I found it so ridiculous. I'll tell you what it was. It was, yes. When Wendi did her errands that morning, I think that the gas purchase and liquor store purchase, the order that they were in, was a signal. And she would have paid for the gas with a credit card. And Donna Adelson must have been sat in Miami in the Icon Tower, logging in to Wendy's bank account. And if she filled up with gas and paid with a credit card, that meant continue with the plan. And if she skipped the gas and went straight to ABC Liquors, where she would pay with cash, Donna would not see any charge coming on the credit card. So she would know to cancel the hit. Why do people do this? The case is fascinating enough with the real things, okay? We don't need you to come on writing the Jason Bourne sequel. It's not James Bond, okay? That doesn't even make any sense. You're going to leave a digital footprint of Donna logging in to Wendy's? That is the most traceable situation that you can imagine. And, Lewis, I suppose the theory would be, right, Donna gets the secret message, and then if she needs to cancel the hit, she calls Charlie, he calls Katie, Katie calls Sigfredo, who tells Lewis to drive back to Miami. Okay, dream on, clown.
If you're heading north on Thomasville, it's on your right.
Just past the Goodwill
Just
place?
past the Goodwill. It's close to the intersection there.
Okay. All right. And then from that point, you went straight to the
Went to Mosaic.
Mosaic restaurant?
And met friends there. I used to have kind of a steady Friday meeting, and I hadn't seen my two friends in a while. And so we had made plans to meet up.
What time did you get to Mosaic?
About 1. I was a little late. We were supposed to meet at 1, and I got there a few minutes after.
Okay. All right. I know it's cold in here. Okay.
I think that's not why I'm
Okay.
shaking.
I know it's part of it, but do you know anybody that would have a beef against your ex-husband?
Look at her straining, thinking face. You know, a bad school play where you only go because you feel some kind of parental obligation, but you're really just, you know, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. Look at that forced, over the top, overacted, over exaggerated, bullshit thinking face. Do you know anyone with a beef against your husband? Oh, well, yeah, all my closest relatives. And his girlfriend and her baby daddy. Yeah, those guys. There's about, how many are there? There's about 8 of us, you know. Let's say it again.
I know it's part of it, but do you know anybody that would have a beef against your ex-husband?
Oh my God.
I hate to ask it now, but I have to do it now. You understand, right?
I understand.
Yeah, I understand. I understand perfectly. You know why? Because I'm a lawyer. That's why I'm able to navigate this situation and know what's coming and kind of, you know, have the confidence to pull it off. Hey, thanks so much, Jam Cracker, for the fabulous super sticker. Well done, Jam Cracker.
He had friends.
Whoa.
He was...
Check it out. To decorate, no bourbon barrels allowed. Thank you so much, Leslie, for the 20 cups of Java Bean. Thank you, Leslie.
He always meant well, but he would sometimes rub people the wrong way.
Okay.
But not anyone who would do something like this.
Anybody that he owes money to?
No, he owes money to me.
He owes money to you?
But
Okay.
not me.
Okay. All right. All right.
Oh my God, we're poor kids.
Why would you even bring that up other than to volunteer the fact, right? You wouldn't bring that up. If you're not guilty of the murder, you don't consider yourself as included in the question. Anyone he owes money to? You know, implied in the question is the wider context of, do you know anyone that might have killed him because Dan owes them money? That's why he's asking. It's like if you and me go to Burger King, right, and you're a little short and you need a double Whopper and I pay, and then you're shot in the face and I'm questioned because I'm the last person that went out with you, and the cop says to me, do you know anyone that owes them money? I'm not going to say, yeah, well, $8 for the burger sandwich, but I had nothing to do with this.
I know a lot of people didn't really love him, but I don't know anyone who would do something like this.
Well, we're still trying to determine, you know, what happened and how it happened.
But he wouldn't do this to himself.
Okay.
He was a very positive person.
Okay. No one that you know of or that you've spoken to recently that.
Yeah, he probably did this to himself, right? Yeah, he shot himself in the face, and then a pigeon came in and saw the gun and thought, hey, I could probably get $150 for that on eBay. So he flew off with the gun and hid it in his nest.
He's had some type of problem with, or that he was concerned about?
No one that he was concerned about. I mean, we've been separated for 2 years, so I don't know, like...
Right.
You know, if he had something going on, I wouldn't know about it, but, I mean, I had lost my voice earlier this week, and so we had put off...
Yeah, I lost my voice earlier the week. Couldn't talk. Couldn't talk, except when I went on the 4-hour walk with Jane McPherson to tell her all about what a jealous thug Jeff Lacasse is. Oh, no, I haven't even thought of Jeff yet. Is Jeff this much of a lunatic? He was in the military. He was in the military.
His conversation about our son's school, where he was going to go, and he, I can't, I know a lot of people didn't love him, but...
No, Christina. He shot himself in the face once, and then as the pigeon was stealing the weapon, there was an accidental discharge, and, just topped him off. Still not dead, though, unfortunately. Had to suffer for, 18 hours or something? Deary. I mean, I guess they pumped him full of morphine or whatever. But still.
Not anyone who would, hate him.
Okay.
He meant well. Everyone that knew him
Okay.
knows that he means well, but he can be a little, argumentative.
Right.
But not, he didn't owe anyone money. He didn't do anything except work and take care of his kids. He wasn't involved in anything bad. I can't believe this is happening.
I know. And he was a professor at the law school, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And your divorce has been 2 years, or the total separation, I'm assuming?
Total separation's been 2 years. Our divorce was finalized last summer around this time.
Okay.
He wouldn't do this to himself. He has a girlfriend now.
Do you know his girlfriend?
I met her once in the last couple of weeks. She was visiting. She lives in New York.
Okay. Do you know anything about her?
I know some things about her. She's also a law professor. I know she's recently divorced and she has a son. I don't know if her divorce is final, but I think recently divorced.
Where's she a law professor on?
At NYU. And they seemed very happy, and I mean, I think that was a really good thing in his life. He seemed really happy about it. She came down here, she met the boys, and I met her, and she told me how great she loved the boys. It seemed fine.
Did she ever stay at the house with him?
Just that one time.
When was that?
I remember because I just got back from being with my family in South Florida. Sorry.
It's okay. You're doing great.
You're doing great. He's already ruled her out. We are 14 minutes in, and she's been ruled out for the last 7 minutes. I mean, what? Can we drive to Canada and pick up Detective Sergeant Jim Smith and bring him to Florida, please? We need someone to get this done, okay? Can you imagine Jim Smith watching this in private at his home? Just throwing things at the computer monitor, just build rapport now.
So what date was it? I went with my family. It was my dad's 70th birthday, and we went home for it, so his birthday was the 5th.
She's gonna show some fucking pictures of the fucking birthday now, look at my wonderful family. What?
I left Monday.
Did you see how well adjusted and close we are? How we're in the upper crust of society? Look at our exclusive mansion with our paella bar.
The 30th, so she must have come into town Saturday, the evening of the 28th.
What month? June? This past June.
Just now. So, June 28th, and then, and then she was there with the boys the 29th, and then I met her on the morning of the 30th when I picked up the kids to take them to South Florida.
Do you know when she left?
I could probably find it like in the email and stuff. I think she was here for like one more day, and then Danny went up to New York because I was with the kids in Miami for a good long while. I was there. I drove back July 10th, so I was there almost 2 weeks. And so I think he went up the next day.
Okay. Do you know her name?
I do. It's Amy Adler. Oh my gosh, she's
A-D?
A-D-L-E-R.
There we go. Honestly, now that I've told you guys, just watch how often General Isom, spells out a word, and kind of always with a little bit of trouble. A-D-D L-E.
Is a professor of law at NYU? What kind of car does she drive?
I have no idea.
Oh! I've never noticed that one. He did it. What kind of car does she drive? Tell me all of them. Tell me all the cars. That's our next merch product, guys. I had a revelation yesterday. I am resolved to put that out as Sunday special merch. Check it out tomorrow. What kind of car does she drive by General Isom?
No, she has a car. She lives in New York City.
Well, so I mean, she was driving down. I mean, she flew down here, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have her phone number?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't know how long they were dating even. It seemed kind of serious if she met the kids, but I don't really know. He's been going up to New York for the conferences and stuff since Lincoln was about a few months old. So he's been going up there 3.5 years. So my guess was that they might have known each other for a long time, but have been dating. I don't know how long.
Well, let me ask you something. Does his relationship with her have anything to do with your all's divorce?
No.
No, it had nothing to do with
No.
an extramarital affair or anything?
No, but the only thing I'm thinking is Amy. I don't know what Amy's full divorce situation is like, so if you're going to think of someone who's not thrilled with Danny, I don't know how happy her husband or ex-husband is with the situation.
Do you know anything about him?
She knows absolutely nothing about that. And I am, I've never heard anything to support that there was any animosity felt from Amy Adler's ex-husband. I know that there was a little bit of hesitancy for Amy to kind of go public with the relationship, right? Just because I can't remember why, but maybe that was to do with the husband or her kid. I think her kid was in the middle of something like that. It was in the Greenberg interview that they mentioned that Amy Adler had a little bit of hesitancy to go public with the relationship, but it is completely bizarre to do what Wendi just did. If you're looking for someone who's not too happy with Danny, maybe it was him. You would never do that to someone that you have no reason to suspect, or that's ridiculous. She's only doing that. What Wendi wants to do is not mention Jeff herself, right? Because there's all this crazy stuff with Jeff, right? We know about that from our fabulous, unredacted interview with Jeff Lacasse. If you noticed that this is the new theme now, right? Everybody and their mother is putting out videos And it's gotta have unredacted in the title. If it's not, who's gonna watch? You know? But all videos are unredacted if they haven't had things edited out, which a lot of them haven't, right? A lot of them, we just see the full video without these cuts, right? To call something unredacted should only happen, I think, if previously the version that was available online had bits cut out of it. You know, if it's just a video without cuts, is there any point in calling it unredacted? But that's the new trend, guys. Hashtag unredacted. And did that start with us? Front and center, Jeff the Cast. Unredacted. Yeah, it's becoming popular.
So you know Amy Adler, she's a professor at NYU. She was down here from the end of June through the first part of July.
I think just a few days.
Right,
Yeah.
as visiting. But he'd been seeing her when he goes to New York on these conference trips.
Well, he's in New York in the summertime. We have a week on, week off schedule with the boys. So whenever I have them for a week, he goes up to New York for a week. So he's been spending a lot of time up there.
Did he relate to you that he'd been seeing her up in New York, or that's where they met, or anything of that nature?
He didn't tell me about it, but I feel like he was pretty vocal with like our friends and people probably since December about her being his girlfriend. So,
Okay. Who would be his best friend?
when we were still together, he had two best friends. Neither of them are in Tallahassee.
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm completely blanking on their last names right now.
That's
There's
okay.
Matt Price, that was his best man at our wedding. And Josh Berman, who, Matt is in DC and Josh is in New York. Actually, he has a friend, I don't know if they're so close, but he and the boys sleep over at their house a lot. They're in Cairo, Georgia.
Okay.
That's probably his closest friend here.
That's the Greenbergs, right?
Do you know his name?
His name's Alex Greenberg. He's a veterinarian in town, and they've got kids around the same age as our kids.
Oh, sorry, we missed our first support for the goal, guys, at the top. Thank you, Molly, for contributing to our goal. This is just a portion of the ultimate goal. I have spoken to some people that can make a proper prototype of Adelson action figures. I mean, when you really think about it, I'm just introducing our goal at the top, guys, but we're going to be doing this goal for at least the rest of the month, I think. We'll see how we get on, because I spoke with some people, and people with companies and manufacturing facilities where we can work with them by showing them photographs of all the fantastic characters from this story, this saga that continues, and they can make action figures, you know, that you have in a box, collectible items. And at the next CrimeCon, I want to be selling those action figures. The game board idea, we also spoke to copyright experts, and it is pretty fucking tough to come up with any board game, especially if it in any way resembles Monopoly, which was kind of what we were thinking, right? So that looks like it might be a non-starter. But if you imagine collectible action figures, like it's essentially a Barbie doll or what do you call it? G.I. Joe. That kind of thing. But not that kind of thing, really. But, you know, we've got so many great characters from this. Obviously the Adelsons. Obviously Dan Markel. Jim Belyson, Georgia Kappelman, Shadrick Nobles, you know, in the check shirt with that strange necklace he wears. I want to see that action figure. Anyway, how much did they say it was? We need about $3,000 to come up with 3, or is it 3 or 5 action figure prototypes that we can then show to investors and, you know, move in the direction of having them mass produced. But that we're not going to raise that kind of fund on Super Chats, I don't think, for the mass production. But I think we could do the prototypes if we really work on it, guys, if we really work on it. And I just think it would be great. What a legacy to leave the world. We, the True Crime Metrix community, were responsible for bringing Adelson action figures to, you know, all of the people. Imagine how many people follow this case. It's $1 million idea, okay? No two ways about it. What will we do with the proceeds if it really takes off? I don't know. Let's just try to get it going first. Yeah, so do help us out with the goal at the top of the chat, guys. Thank you very much, and thank you, everybody. And thank you, everybody, in the future.
Here in town?
Mm-hmm. And I think
You know where his office is?
I don't. Maybe in Cairo.
Oh, he doesn't have office in Tallahassee.
I don't think so.
He's a vet in Cairo.
Well, their house is in Cairo. His wife is a dentist. I don't know if her practice is in town.
His wife is a dentist. He's a vet. Yeah, that's another clip show we've got to do. God, where am I going to find the time to do this? We need to grab every time Wendi mentions the profession of someone she's associated with. Oh, he's writing a novel. He's a vet. He's a congressman. She's a dentist. You know, it goes on and on and on and on and on. It's like a prerequisite for Wendi to mention the upper crust level of her associates, right? Every single time. Thank you, Amy, for the super support thing. Amy says, can we get Wendi with frizzy hair? What do we do when she wears the same dress twice? Wendi 1 and Wendi 2. Well, maybe we could have like a detachment. It's a Wendi doll, but we have 3 different hair pieces. You know, we've got the frizzy hair, the straight hair, and whatever it's become now. I mean, I wonder how the hell she's going to be dressed at Donna's trial, huh? What's her hair going to be like then? She's getting on in years. You know, what is she now, 45? 45, 46?
Or in Cairo, either his wife is Maya, M-Y-A.
Okay. You're being very helpful, okay? And I know it's hard.
I'm trying. I just
you're doing
can't
fine.
believe what's happening.
You're doing fine. I know it's all the shock. I know it's coming to you all at once.
Yeah, I can't believe it's happening. I'm so blown away right now that I still, 19 minutes in, have not said one single word about Ben or Lincoln. Yeah, it's the grief. It's the grief. It's just setting in, you know. Still haven't, you know, we've got to clock the minute and seconds time code of when she finally says anything about these toddlers that she's responsible for, now solely.
Okay.
I don't know who would do this.
Okay. Well, it appears from what we've seen so far that someone intentionally hurt Danny. Okay, intentionally. Okay, I don't think.
Do you know who it is?
No, and I don't
What
think.
if they come after the boys?
I don't think that's going to be. I have no indication at this time that that's a threat. Okay, but the boys are going to stay with you.
Okay. What if they come after the boys? Okay. Well, it's still not. It's still assumptive in its premise that they're okay, right? Riding Shotgun says, Georgia and Sarah have capes. Charlie looks stoned. I think we should set up a new tab on Discord, Riding, for the Adelson action figure focus group. Okay, we can record all of our ideas in there, because on the live chat, we, you know, things get lost. So many comments. But yeah, let's do that.
You're not going back over to Trescott. Okay.
No, I don't live there anymore.
I know you don't. But the boys are going to stay with you. Okay. And they'll be fine.
I don't know if I can take care of them like this.
All right. Where's your closest family at?
My family actually just talked to my brother this morning. My parents are in Coral Springs.
Okay.
And my brother, I have two brothers, but I'm very close to one of them who is in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. All right. So that's where you're from originally, I take it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
His family's in Canada. Did they know? Did you tell them?
No, they haven't.
Oh my God.
Yeah, have they indicated me or my family? You know, she's real sneaky like that, huh? Real sneaky like that. That is a digging question. She wants to get... Wendy's here not only to protest her innocence and point the finger at Jeff, but to get as much information as possible, right? This is her... She's gone behind enemy lines here. She's in the no man's land. She's like, you know... You get as much as you can because you're not coming back. And after this, you know, detectives are going to be real cards to the chest on any information that they do know. So while she's here, do the Markels know about what happened to Dan? You know, there's a bunch of examples of that where, you know, she's getting all the information so she can take it back to main base and debrief everybody.
His parents are really devastated.
His parents are going to be devastated. Well, that's a bit of a superfluous observation. I mean, yeah, their son of 41 years old has been shot in the face. I'm sure they will be devastated.
Okay. This is what I want to do, okay? This is what happened, okay? Daniel's been shot, okay? And we have to find out why and who did this. Can you help with that?
I will try.
Okay. What I want to do right now to try to expedite things, okay, but I need your permission, is I want to take your cell phone and download all the information out of it.
Sure.
Do you have a problem with that?
No.
Okay. And then we're going to make arrangements for you to get the kids, look at the kids.
Yeah, I got no problem with that. You know why? My phone has been cleaned. Sometimes I use my text messages as like a to-do list, and then when I complete a task, I delete the message. That's just how I run things. No, I don't like calendars or agenda apps. No. Text messages. That's how I manage my life, by deleting all the messages in my phone. Oh, Wendi.
Kids somehow, okay? Because the kids are at daycare, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to need their mother,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. I got to get a form for you to sign, and then I'm going to get the phone started, okay?
Oh my God. I have a lot of friends.
I know.
How do you know that?
Well, you had two of them up there for a last-minute lunch date, right?
Last minute?
Well, I mean, you went up there, you're sitting with them, you have friends.
I do. What I meant by it is that Danny didn't treat me very well, and I'm
Okay.
so scared that maybe someone did this. Not because they hate Danny, but because they thought this was good somehow.
Oh, are you saying that you think maybe one of your friends would have done something
Who
like
would
this?
do this?
I don't know. That's why you're here, and that's why we're talking. Would you ever ask someone to do something like this?
Not in a million years.
Okay. Do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
No.
What good does it serve?
made my brother, the one, his name's Charlie, the one I'm really close to, he makes a lot of jokes in bad taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay to fix it or whether I should get a new one, and it was always his joke that, like, he knew Danny treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. I mean, he would never. He's my big brother, and he's been taking care of me since I was little, but he would never. And I told that to the repair guy this morning.
Right.
Well, this is big. Let's break this down. This is the throw Charlie under the bus thing, right? What was I saying earlier? Yeah, the thing about how she indicated Amy Adler's ex-husband. So if you're looking for someone that's not too happy with Danny, I don't know how, he could be a jealous ex. He could have flown into a rage. Just doesn't want to be the one to say Lacasse's name, right? That's Jane's job. Jane's coming in. I mean, how she gets Jane. I mean, I don't think Wendi Adelson would have. She wouldn't have been able to know for sure that she could get Jane in this room, right? I mean, I think that was obviously the goal. That was her goal, because when she was trying to arrange someone for picking up the kids, and she said Lynn and Alan Grossman because they're more familiar with them or something like that. But Jane's job was to come in here, but it's not a common thing to get some third party who's nothing to do with anything in terms of the case, right, into the interrogation room. That is not common. I've never seen that in any other case at all. So she's throwing out anyone but Jeff, right? I mean, talk about... Again, we're back to the carpet bombing. Wendy's whole thing is carpet bombing, right? She does it with her strange behavior, like when she's weird about a question that's no need to be. It's just so that if she is weird about an important question that does have probative value, right, then it doesn't stand out as much. It's her carpet bomb camouflage technique. But this also, with the throwing out suspects, anyone but Jeff, is carpet bomb technique, right? Bomb, 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 bomb. Oh, look, it's Jeff. But she said him first because she introduced us, so that's why she thought of him first.
I should get a new one, and it was always his joke that, like, he knew Danny treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. I mean, he would never.
Thank you so much, Pinto. Thank you for all your hard work, you and the mods, and especially the mods, the fantastic mods. We really do have the best moderators of any channel going, I think. I can't imagine a better team. I really, I'm not just saying that. I could not imagine a better team. Thank you, mods. And thank you, Sally. I just want to see this Charlie thing again, because I get distracted, by thinking about the carpet bombing technique, and then I really want to look at this Charlie thing. So let's go back a little bit.
Years.
Okay. Do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
No.
Nice one, General Isom. Nice one. No big thinking face there, right? When she was asked the question, do you know anyone that would have a beef with your ex-husband? She's like, do I, here, because actually General Isom has stumbled upon her actual strategy, right? that maybe someone did it on her behalf because she was always complaining about Danny to anyone that would fucking listen, right? That is the line she's going on, but she's not ready for it yet. That comes later. So when Isom brings that to her at this early stage of 23 minutes, she's like, no, there's no big thinking. There's no big, does anyone have a beef with your husband? Oh, maybe, I don't know. Is she shrewd? I mean, I guess she is.
That's why you're here, and that's why we're talking. Would you ever ask someone to do something like this?
Not in a million years.
Okay.
Amy says, Chris Watts had third party, his dad, come in. I mean, yeah, okay. But that was... I mean... Good point. I mean, yeah, that he hadn't quite confessed yet. That was post-polygraph results. And he really did have nowhere to go. I mean, it was obviously going to be a semi-confession, at least, which is what it was at that stage. And they did bring in his dad. Yeah, sure. Okay. Very good point, Amy. That's why you're here. When I make the mistakes, you put them right.
Do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
No.
What good does it serve?
I mean, my brother, the one, his name's Charlie, the one I'm really close to, he makes a lot of jokes in bad taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay to fix it or whether I should get a new one, and it was always his joke that, like, he knew Danny treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. I mean, he would never.
What, and then your ex-husband got murdered by a hitman? But listen, you know, just on this point, right? In the planning, the scheme, whatever it was, you know, when was it that Wendi went to, where was it? Somewhere in Central America, not Nicaragua. Let's look at a map. Jeff said, when she got back... Oh, zoom out, you fucker. Yeah, I know I'm in Portugal. We want to go to Central America. It was not Honduras, not Panama. Virgin Islands? No. Guatemala. It was Guatemala. Was it? No. Who remembers where Wendi went on that trip where Jeff said when she got back it was something happened on that trip, you know? Ah, this fucking shit. God damn it. A little bit slow on the internet here. What's going on? Let's play this. We'll come back to it.
He's my big brother, and he's been taking care of me since I was little, but he would never. And I told that to the repair guy this morning.
Right. It's okay.
I said, he asked me how much it cost, and I said I didn't know because it was a gift, because my brother said it was cheaper than a hitman. It was my divorce present.
Okay.
Such a horrible thing to say. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
But even my family, who felt like I had been mistreated, would never do something like this. Never.
Well, you guys have been divorced for over a year. Has there been any type of abuse in that time?
Of him towards me?
Yeah.
No, it's, he's litigious, and we have an ongoing case because the house, it shouldn't be, I don't know, it shouldn't be in my name anymore, but when we settled the case of our divorce, he said, one of the agreements the court said was, Danny wanted to stay in the house. They said, you can have the house, but you need to pay him half of the amount of what the house is worth. And he agreed to it, and then months passed, and he just never paid me.
Okay.
And so we have ongoing litigation where I filed a motion in the court to have him pay me what he said he would, and he filed a counter.
We gotta pause this here. My browser's a little bit. I just had to restart the browser, but there's important stuff being mentioned. Just everybody hold on. Just 1 minute here, okay? This one. Pop out, chat. No, not the Gainesville trip, Rebecca. It's Guatemala. Amy's just let me know. So, I think I'm remembering it correctly that was pre-murder. I'm 95% sure of that. And I've always thought, what a great opportunity to, have a conversation about the planning of this situation, right? the final run through the plan, okay? Everybody's got to be on the same page. And if you're going to do that, why not go to a third country in Central America where, any FBI potential wiretaps or something like that are not going to be an issue. I mean, I guess it would be possible, but it's a very good extra layer of protection to surveillance, right? To go and have the conversation in Guatemala. But the thing about the TV repair appointment, okay? Why the fuck would that be necessary? The only thing it serves is an alibi for Wendi. There's no other service to that whatsoever. And just in terms of putting it together, you've got to break your own TV. You've got to force Jeff Lacasse and the kids to watch a movie on the broken TV when there's a perfectly fine working TV in the house that Jeff offered to set up, and Wendi insisted it's got to be on this TV. Why? Because she wanted it known that there was a broken TV, right? By Jeff, and then you've got this kind of sick, twisted, poetic irony of it being a TV that has been referenced by Charlie in the joke, the hitman joke, and ha ha ha, it actually was, and all of this sort of stuff that seems to be a theme in the Adelson case, right? This little bullet bourbon, and there's a few other things that are little in jokes. I mean, sick, twisted stuff. I mean, are you going to tell me that they're all coincidences? Fuck off. I mean, if it was just the bullet bourbon alone, and I know that there's that stupid invitation that says, please come to the, whatever, stock the bar. I listened to Wendi Adelson say stock the shelf so many times. Now I'm saying it. I don't believe that invitation. I think that invitation's faked. And, it would seem really easy to go to that couple and say, did you write bullet bourbon on the invitation? Was that your idea? I've never heard from them either way. I think the lady actually died, right? that couple that Wendi was supposed to go to the what do you call it when it's a bachelor party? It's like a pre-wedding celebration. I forget what you call it. Yeah, but if all the TV guy does is serve as an alibi, set up an appointment with a client. Meet Daniel Sack. Go into the office. You know, the TV repair guy, he's going to arrive between 8 and noon. He's not going to be there for that full amount of time. You're banking on the off chance that he's going to be there at the time of the murder. A TV repair guy that comes out from Best Buy Geek Squad is going to do nothing else but pick up the TV and take it back, if that's what you request of him to do, right? He's not going to get a little toolbox out the back of his van and come into your house and remove the back of the television and do some electronical work for hours. That's not how it works anymore. Maybe it worked like that in 1981. But a flat screen TV, you don't repair it. You either have it replaced on your insurance or you throw it out and buy a new one. They're disposable. They're not repairable. You don't repair a fucking flat screen TV. I'd love to know anybody in chat that's ever had a flat screen TV repaired, especially from a cracked screen. I mean, maybe if it was something like it just needed a new, electrical plug or one of the components on the back, modular thing that could just be fixed. Again, that would take minutes to do. The whole thing with the TV being an alibi sucks because they're only going to be there for half an hour at tops any time between 8 and noon. Terrible alibi. Terrible alibi. And there's just so many other things that she could have done for an alibi that would have been easier. So why did they elect to do that? Is it just because of the sick joke? No, and they hung on to it for years. Donna referenced it on the post-bump wire call to Charlie. This TV's going to be about 5, right? Just bizarre the way these people work. And I don't have the answers. I don't know what they're doing with that. Or why. Just terrible, terrible plan.
Motion for sanctions against my attorney because he thought that she did something wrong. Which, but so, I mean...
Oh, hang on, we've got to go a little bit back here. Got to go a little bit back. Sorry, guys. We're in the flow. We're in the flow.
That time?
Of him towards me?
Yeah.
No, it's, he's litigious, and we have an ongoing case because the house...
Or as Daniel Rashbaum would say, the litigation was litigious.
It shouldn't be, I don't know, it shouldn't be in my name anymore, but when we settled the case of our divorce, he said, one of the agreements the court said was Danny wanted to stay in the house. They said, you can have the house, but you need to pay her half of the amount of what the house is worth. And he agreed to it, and then months passed, and he just never paid me. Okay. And so we have ongoing litigation where I filed a motion in the court to have him pay me what he said he would, and he filed a counter motion for sanctions against my attorney because he thought that she did something wrong, which she didn't. But so, I mean, she withdrew from the case and was going to serve as a witness, so she's not going to lash out at him for it. She's using the legal process to do it. My parents are, very angry towards him. But even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father. They're really, really careful about that. They just like him, but they know he's the father of my kids. They would never do that.
Right.
I don't know who would be angry enough with him.
Well, that's what I have to find out.
To do something like this.
The brother that you're real close to, I have to do a lot of elimination at the same time. The brother that you're really close to, the one that joked about the TV and everything, what'd you say his name was?
Charlie.
Charlie, and he's in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what kind of car he has.
He has like 5 cars.
Can't tell me all of them.
He drives and I think one of them's an unmarked police car.
Oh, really?
He's a bit of a character.
Okay.
So I don't know what he's driving at the time.
Right.
But I'll tell
Yeah. How about Ferrari, S-Class Mercedes, yeah. Blues Brother Mobile, what else has he got? Lexus, a couple of Lexuses, a Range Rover, yeah. But the big one's the Ferrari, right? But of course Wendi drives a minivan and doesn't know what a Ferrari is. And you know, can you imagine how many times Charlie Adelson would have used the word Ferrari around her? He doesn't call it my car, he calls it my Ferrari. Hey, yeah, I'll just head over now in the Ferrari. Yeah, what's his number plate? Well, it just says Maestro on the back.
tell you he's a periodontist, and he has this practice where he works from early in the morning till late at night. So if you ever wanted to find his whereabouts, he's working all day long until early in the morning till late at night, always driving to a different office working.
If you ever want to find his whereabouts, or you could just give us his fucking address, okay? Where does he live? You think we're gonna... He has this practice where he works early in the morning till late at night? That's not a practice. She's not saying a dental practice. She's saying a habit. That you don't say it like that. You just say, he works long hours. He has this practice where he works from early in the morning until late at night. Very busy. Yeah, I wouldn't have time for planning this or driving to Tallahassee. Very busy because of his practice.
He goes to different offices?
Yeah.
Hey, does anyone know what this sound is? Judge Everett would. I'm going to count the orange ones.
He works in different offices all over South Florida and does implants for people. And he works really hard all the time. He has a girlfriend, so he's pretty much accounted for all the
Charlie,
time.
was that his first name?
Charlie's his first name.
Not Charles?
I think Charles is his legal name. No one calls him that.
What's his last name?
Adelson.
What's his middle?
J-A-Y.
Same spelling. A-D-E-L-S-O-N.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
What?
What? Oh my gosh.
What?
I can't believe this is happening.
Okay. All right. Let me go get the form for the phone.
Do I need to be read my Miranda rights or something if you're gonna look at my phone?
What kind of question is that? He knows that they're brother and sister. He says, and his name is Adelson as well. And then says, same spelling. What? Yes, same spelling. We're a family and we have the same name. What? Why would he spell Adelson differently? That would never happen.
I can read your Miranda if you want to hear
I don't
that.
know, I'm just trying to make sure I'm being
I have no
protected.
reason at this point to suspect you in this incident. Okay?
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well, no, the reason was I didn't want to get into everything.
You couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect. A suspect of what, Wendi? Why were you thinking that? You hadn't been informed of anything at that point. You didn't know what was going on. General Isom specifically didn't tell you what was going on until you got to the police station. Yet, when you were in the car on the way to the police station, you couldn't tell if he thought you were a suspect. A suspect of what, Wendi?
Until we got up here.
Is he still in the hospital?
He's at the hospital, yes. Yes.
And he's alone.
Yes.
And nobody knows he's there.
Well, you know now, and while I'm going to get this phone taken care of, I'm going to have a victim advocate come in here, and hopefully you can supply her with his parents.
Oh my God.
I'm assuming his parents would be his next of kin.
That must have been music to her ears, right? I'm getting a victim advocate, not a suspect. Again, I mean, maybe she would know and could have anticipated that a woman in the position, in the genuine position that Wendi is trying to portray herself as, right? Innocent ex-wife, helpful to the police, that a victim advocate could possibly be part of it. But I don't think it's it's just another one of those lucky things that went Wendy's way that day, right?
He's a sister he's really close with.
Where is she?
They're all in Canada. He's Canadian.
Okay. They live in Canada.
They all live in Canada.
Okay.
His family's all in Canada.
Okay.
They're gonna think I did it.
No, now, just don't jump to conclusions on that.
Are they? Are they? You know, this is Wendy's other mission in here, right? To get, you know, if the cops, if Wendi said nothing, and the cops went through their investigation and started finding things that she's mentioned, like, he owed her money. The family knew about the vicious, hostile litigation process that was continuing. And, you know, Wendi really wouldn't have known the extent of information that Dan was feeding back to his family about the about how vicious this was. I think he was actually quite shielded. You know, he didn't let them know everything. But shit, what was I saying? Yeah, you know, all those things that had Wendi not volunteered had Wendi not volunteered those things, and the cops went through the investigation and started finding, hey, he owed her money, or the family knew this and that, and they suspect them, and, you know, then they would start to build their own picture. As Wendi can be in here volunteering that information, you know, it takes the bite out of it, right? If the cops find that on their own, different story. And there's a bunch more to come of examples of that all the way through.
Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening.
All right, let me go get the form for the phone, okay?
Thanks so much, Evan, for that super sticker.
Oh my God.
Sorry, you okay?
Yeah. No. no.
I meant to.
It's fine. Our last interaction wasn't nice.
Well, you're talking about personal.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. I didn't want him to take the boys this afternoon. I had wanted to have them. And I talked over with my brother and realized, if their dad wants to take them swimming, it's not worth getting upset over. He sent me that message at 9:15 this morning.
You were telling me before, when we were riding up here, that the agreement was that you all were going to have some type of phone call at 11:15 this morning. Is that correct?
Well, not exactly, just that we needed
Okay.
to have the talk at some point before, we have to decide before Monday of what to do about his school, where Ben's going to go to school, and he said, I'm going to be done. I thought it was 11:15, but when we listened to the message, it was 10:30.
Okay.
When he said, I'm going to be he went to like a workout class at the gym.
At Premier.
At Premier.
Mhm.
He said, I'm going to be out of it by such and such a time. You can call me then. And I called, but I think we could see what time I called him. I thought it was more of like, let's see, recent calls. I called him. Well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42 and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
He called me at 9:02.
Mm-hmm.
The repair guy was there, and honestly, I leave my ringer off a lot of the time, so I didn't even hear the call come in. He left me a message. I called him at 11:42 and left him a message, just saying, okay, I want to talk about school for Ben, and I assume I'll see you at 4:30 today. When I figured he's going to take the kids swimming,
Right.
and he'll drop them at the house at 4:30.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, wording is so important, isn't it? Especially in text messages where you don't have a tone of voice that you can rely on, right? It's just written words. That gets people into a lot of trouble. In fact, I'd go so far to say that texting, the art of texting, becoming such a huge part of our communication as a species, has dramatically changed the landscape of communication. But yeah, words like, I assume that I'll see you, I want to talk about Ben's school, and I assume if I don't, what is it? What's the quote? Fucking bitch.
And left him a message, just saying, okay, I want to talk about school for Ben, and I assume I'll see you at 4:30 today. When?
Yeah. Okay, I want to talk about school for Ben, and I assume I'll see you at 4:30 today. What a bitch. Oh. If I got a message like that, I'd throw it out the fucking window. The phone.
I figured he's going to take the kids swimming,
Right.
and he'll drop them at the house at 4:30.
Okay. So in other words, the whole meeting at 10:30 or 11:15
Just
didn't
didn't
happen.
happen.
Right. Okay. All right. Let me get this. There's a lot of information on here. Okay.
Yeah, see, innocent. She set up a meeting with Dan. So she obviously didn't plan his murder, because why would she set up a meeting with a dead man? Innocent. She didn't cancel her, what was it? She was flying to a wedding, and where, remember Dan Rashbaum? And did you buy a return ticket? And why would you do that if you were planning a murder? And when it's like, clearly I would not. Oh, I tell you, I'm looking forward to seeing what Jackie Fulford brings. I'll easily say that she's more competent than Daniel Rashbaum. I don't know, I'm sure George is not feeling the heat. But, it's going to be a very different show. But I do miss Dan Rashbaum, and we will probably never see him again in any trial. Let me just set the record, guys. I don't miss him because I like him or enjoy him or think he, anything like that. I just, he gave us so much to laugh at, and make fun of. And I miss that, I miss that. That's been taken away from me forever. Maybe we should do a Dan Rashbaum tribute next week on True Crime Metrix. If you're enjoying the show tonight, guys, please do support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Check out our merch products, especially tomorrow when we release our What Kind of Car Does He Drive? General Isom merch, our very first tribute to the General himself at merch.truecrimemetrics.com. Join us on social networks, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the fabulous Discord. Does anyone not know what Discord is? Because I didn't. It's great. Everyone lives in Discord now. Come and join the party. It's just like a live chat, but it happens all damn day. Every corner of the world. What else have we got in our description for this video? Patreon. Fantastic Patreon memberships. Fantastic Patreon. We love it. Actually, I'm thinking of shutting it down. I think we have about 3 members. And I much prefer the idea of just putting everything out gratis, not charging people, and depending on the kindness of strangers. What is all this stuff like? Yeah, I'll share with you important information that you love, but you have to pay. No. True Crime Metrix wants to put it all out for free. We know we have supporters out there. We know we got some love. Anyway, plug over. Let's go.
Okay. It'd probably be easier if I read it to you.
Fine.
Okay. I, Wendi Adelson, and I got to change this.
Adelson.
I know I got to change that.
It's okay. It's Adelson.
Actually, it's spelled right. I've said it wrong. Adelson.
General Isom. Okay, so first you read it wrong, say it wrong, she corrects you, you go to correct your own writing, read it again, realize it's spelled correctly. What the fuck? How can you even make a mistake when there isn't a mistake that's been made? What the fuck?
Do hereby authorize and give my permission to Investigator Isom, who has identified himself to me as a law enforcement officer with necessary assistance of a digital forensic examiner to make a full and complete search of my cell phone or other digital media, along with data located on additional data sources, locations such as connected to, at, and were at the Tallahassee Police Department. That's the address. I have been advised that law enforcement are engaged in investigation concerning an alleged violation of federal or state law pertaining to a shooting incident. I do further authorize and give permission to take from my cell phone located at 230 47th Avenue.
I'm sorry, is that the police station?
That's where we're at right
Okay.
now. Yeah. Computers, cell phones, computer peripherals, digital media data, which may or may not have been connection, value, or relevance as evidence in said investigation. The above law enforcement officer has fully and fairly advised me on rights as follows. I have the right to refuse consent to the search of my property. I have the right to consult with an attorney or any other person of my choice prior to giving them consent and permission to search the above described property. Any cellular phones, computers, computer peripherals, and digital media or data, along with any data located on these items or on additional digital storage locations such items can connect to, found by said officer.
Thank you so much, Evan Elizabeth Duke, for the 5 coffees on buymeacoffee.com, who says, True Crime Metrix is the best time. I laugh, I learn, and love this community. Plus, Neverly is cool. You hear that, Neverly? Awesome, and she is. Not to mention a fabulous dresser.
Officers in the course of their search can be used as evidence against me or others in a court of law. I fully understand and appreciate these rights and wish it be specifically understood that I'm hereby giving consent permission to conduct the search of the cellular phones, computers, computer peripherals, and digital media data, along with any data located on any additional digital storage locations such items can connect to, solely because of my desire to freely and voluntarily cooperate and assist in this investigation. I have not been promised anything or been threatened or coerced in any way, nor has any inducement of any kind been held out to me in return for this consent and permission to search. Okay, can I have your phone now?
Yeah. Stupid question, but
Go ahead.
are you gonna give it back?
Yes.
I feel like I need to help
No,
my
you're gonna
family.
get-
What's going on?
No, you're going to get it back. It's just going to, I'm trying to expedite this now so I can get it back to you
I
sooner.
understand.
Be right back.
And it's really telling how quickly they get the, what is it called? Is it Cellbrite that they do the download on? You know, what does it tell us? It tells us there's fuck all on the phone, right? It's been wiped. She's had it sent to Dell Computers. She's had it sent to IBM. And they've done a scrub job on it. I think so. You know, she's got all of those guys in fucking high life society. She's got serious top level executives. If she wants something sent to Dell Computers for a favor, I'm sure she can get it done. You know, I don't know if that's my assumption that maybe something like that happened. There's nothing that's evidentiary to support it. But do you remember Chandler Halderson's girlfriend, Catherine Melander? Her phone, you know, she's 20 years old, 21-year-old, always on her phone, everything on the phone, pictures of everything, screenshots of everything, 10 million messages to everyone, and so on. Her phone took so long to download that they had to let it run overnight and deliver it back to her in the morning. Wendy's phone's out in less than 2 hours, I think. Less, an hour. Oh, hang on, before we move on, we've got to say thank you to Amy for the 5 fabulous True Crime Metrix memberships, and welcome to Ginger Snaps, Mr. C, Wilt333, Whitney, and Kathleen Liakos. Nice. Welcome, Kathleen. And also thank you to Mr. C for the this little super sticker here. Look at that. Fantastic, Mr. C. Thank you. I tell you something, acting in front of General Isom is probably easier, right, than keeping up the pretense and acting when you're in a room on your own, but you know that there's a camera. Okay? I bet that's the hardest part of this job. If you've got someone in front of you, even if it's a fucking homicide detective, right, you've got something to go on. You've got something to feed with, play with, control, monitor, calculate, everything. When you're in the room on your own, a lot of people completely drop the fucking act, right? A lot of people just go, you know, you see, there's just something about that door closing and feeling the privacy, even if you know that there's a camera, that it's difficult to maintain the act, right? Tough job.
Okay, Wendy.
Metrix question just before General Isom comes in. How do we get those highlighted chats, Neverly? On my little chat pusher, this is highlighted somehow. How does that work? What does it mean? Metrix question. Why did he give a victim advocate to an ex-wife? Honest question. It's a good question. I don't really know the answer. I suppose it's... I mean, Sarah will have been briefed on what her role will be. And I think as we start to see Sarah come into the room and remind ourselves of the direction of her communications with Wendi, we can come back to this question and try and assess what she's been told her job will be. I assume it's because of the boys, you know, Dan's kids, so, you know, it's... And plus, Sarah is pretty young. She's only been on the job 2 years. Maybe she was just sweeping up at the office and they had a quiet day.
Make it sure.
That's the friend I was with calling. Do you want to just decline it? I guess I should talk to anyone right now.
Yeah.
Is there someone I can talk to about what to tell my kids?
Yes, well, we're going to get to that. Give me your phone number on this phone again.
954-803-0079.
Can I get...
Okay, you see this trauma that she's in here, right? You see this horrible thing. What am I going to tell my kids? They're going to be devastated, blah, 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 blah. I want you to remember this. When we move through the interview and things start to really cool down, especially when Jane McPherson comes in and everyone starts excitedly giggling like they're at a fucking bachelorette party or something. I mean, it's ridiculous. Where's all that trauma those times, Wendi? Where did it go? It was here and now it's gone. Where is it? You know, you still got that horrible job, right? And that's the other thing, man. Wendy's so sick, doesn't give a fuck about her kids, right? All this stuff of she loves her kids. Get real. Get real. Nothing. They are tools. They are tools, you know. The amount of additional sympathy Wendi would have garnered from being the single mother of two children with a murdered father. Strong. She's so strong, that Wendi. She picked up the pieces and always maintained, you know, all of that shit. And now it's different, isn't it? Now, all they are now are tools. Tools to, you know, she's keeping them away from the Markels, you know, until just before each trial. You know, they're back in touch with Ruth now on the Zoom calls and probably setting up a meet, you know. Always happens before a trial. But, you know, all the other times when she's keeping them away, she loves that. Why? Because it fucks them up emotionally. And Dan, it's just sticking it to Dan. It's sticking a knife into Dan, twisting it, even though he's been dead for almost 11 years. Fucking sick person, seriously.
Daniel's cell phone number?
202-276-8200.
202-276-8200. Okay. Do you know his passcode to unlock his phone?
I don't.
You don't know it?
I don't have a passcode. when I was with him, he didn't have the kind of phone that needed a passcode.
Okay.
But he's gotten an iPhone since then, so
Yeah.
he may have one. And I can't remember, like, actually, I remember his passcode to something, but it was like a word in Hebrew with the word one, so it's a word and not numbers. I could give you my children's birthdays in case you want to try that.
Check this out. Evan says, I posted something on Facebook 18 years ago, deleted it 5 years later, had a court case this fall, and Facebook still had on server. Yeah, I wouldn't trust any of these things, right? You know? Well, I don't know if you have it in the States, but pretty much on every single website in Europe, they have the GDPR rule, right? You have to accept that your information will be kept or something. You load up a web page, and before you can even look at the web page, a box comes up and says, you need to accept that we know all your shit forever. I don't think that's the same in the States. It's a European Union thing, I think.
I really
don't know what
have
it
no
means.
idea
GDPR? I don't know what it means.
what it would be.
Okay, let's go ahead with the children's birthdays.
So Ben is 7/29, so it could be like 0729.
What year?
2009.
7/29, so in 11 days then. Well, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. You know. You see, Dan was probably, he did love those boys, and he was probably planning something really fun to do for Ben's birthday in 11 days' time. Just sad, isn't it?
Lincoln is 10/13/2010. They're 14 months apart.
10/13 of 10?
Yeah. I was complaining about him at the lunch.
Sorry. I'll be right back. Go ahead, sir.
Supposedly, when General Isom goes out of the room, there's a fucking team of detectives that are watching this live in a room, monitoring it, checking for strategies that might do something or what. I mean, that's usually how it's run, I think, right? And supposedly, I know General Isom's going out to do some other things, but he must stop in to see those guys who are monitoring the interview and say, what do you think? What do you think? And what are they saying? Clearly not ask difficult questions, because he doesn't at all. It's all over now. The investigation's over. Now it's a service, okay? We're going to bring your car here. We're going to get you a victim advocate. We're going to bring in your friend who's going to point the finger at your ex-boyfriend and call him a jealous thug. What else can we do for you? Would you like a drink? We have a bar service. What the fuck? What is going on? Could it be Jeff? What is going on? Nice touch, Wendy. Nice touch. And I like how, when she's in the room in her own, we just spoke about how that's difficult to act without someone to kind of respond with. But also, when she's saying these things like, what is going on? And she's acting like she's trying to work out what's happened or how she's going to tell the boys or these sorts of things when she's in the room on her own. That's what she wants to look like. But what she's really doing, and you can really see it in this pause screen here, is thinking, okay, are we on track? At what stage of my plan are we? Because she would have had a general outline of this entire interview. Things that need to be done. Things that I need to supply and admit so that they're coming from me and I'm volunteering. There's these things that she wants to put out. All of that's loosely in her mind, and she has to improvise but still stick to this non-rigid, rough, sketched out plan, right? And she's thinking, okay, we've done that. What stage are we at now? What's the next thing? What's their next thing? How do those things come together? We've got a victim advocate coming in. That's a good sign. It's an indicator that they're believing me. It's just amazing. And look at that face. That is exactly what you can see, the cogs moving in her head quickly.
They're going to take your phone, they're going to hook it up to a machine, download the information. It doesn't take a whole lot unless you got a lot of stuff on there.
I don't know what's on there. I have to use the bathroom.
Okay, no problem.
Is there?
Yep.
Is it close by?
Yeah, it's real close by. Okay, you can leave your stuff there. It's not going anywhere, and I'll put you right around the corner here. Okay.
Okay.
Do you want some water after that?
Okay.
How about a martini?
Okay.
Can't leave.
No, not yet. You got somebody here?
Seriously? Okay, I'll hold it.
Sorry.
Am I a suspect?
We just have to eliminate everything. Okay, you know what she's saying, right?
I'm assuming I'm a suspect. I can't
No,
remember.
you're not a suspect. I'm not. I don't consider you a suspect. I asked you to come up here. You came up here voluntarily. I'm not Reggie Miranda. You are not under arrest. You are the closest thing to family that I have to Daniel right now. Okay? You are.
I'm so sad for. I
So.
was thinking.
General Isom, family to Daniel, what are you talking about? This is the arch nemesis of Daniel. I mean, this is the murderer, okay? Are you getting it? This is the fucking murder. You're the closest thing I have to family of Daniel. And I think if Daniel were alive today, he'd want you to help find out who killed him. Oh. Fuck. I like him. I really do. I really do. But come on. Silver Fox. Well, not on this day he wasn't.
About something else. He told me that he comes. We have week on, week off, but on Wednesdays we do an overnight.
Right.
And he told me that he might have some work up in New York and he might not be back in time for the Wednesday overnight. So there's no way that he did this because he had all kinds of plans like for next week. That
You're saying he would not hurt himself?
No.
Okay. All right.
It wasn't him.
Okay. He has no reason to.
Yeah, we got that. We got that. There's no fucking gun there. Hey, if I go to the trial wearing this, will I be held in contempt of court? Or would he really like it? Maybe he'll invite me back to Chambers for some red velvet pudding. I think I'm going to do it. I think everybody should do it. Everybody should. We can't go in there wearing anti-Adelson merch. You know, that's obviously going to be a no-no. The jury sees it and so on. But Judge Everett merch, what's wrong with that? We just like the judge. It's supportive and a tribute, right? I want the whole gallery to be full of Judge Everett merch.
To hurt himself or anything like that.
No, I mean, I can see him being really sad when we first got divorced.
Right.
But now he's got Amy and he loves those boys.
Okay.
And things were really good for him. There's no way he did this to himself.
Okay. I believe you.
It really scares me because it means there's someone out there that's willing to do this to him, and I'm scared for the kids.
I understand
And they're at school right now, and I want to.
There's an officer at the school.
Okay.
The kids are fine.
Okay.
Okay. There's no.
I don't know. I'm gonna tell them.
Well, we're gonna help you with that. Okay. But here's what I have to do right now, and I'm just trying. I want to get this down, Pat. I know you don't have your phone to refer to.
Okay.
But that's okay.
You'll have all that information.
Right, because I'll check that against what you tell me.
Okay.
Your last phone your last personal contact, in other words, in person with Daniel, was when?
He goes by Danny.
Danny, okay.
No one calls him Daniel.
Yes, I don't know him, so I'm sorry.
I'm just telling you
Danny.
so that it just feels really impersonal. My last face-to-face contact with him.
How about Jibbers? Can we just call him Jibbers? He goes by Jibbers, okay? So, Jibbers has been shot at his house.
Wow. We do a lot of leave-off pickup at the school, right? Where one of us will take the kids to school, the other one picks them up. When was the last time I saw him? I definitely saw him when I picked the kids up. I feel like there's something since then, but that would have been...
No, I'm on the way. I'm not familiar with the...
Okay, I'll get Annie because she wanted it before.
And that was that morning I drove down, so that was June 30th?
Okay.
Whatever that Monday morning was that we drove down to Miami. I saw him, I met Amy. And we did a lot of Skype, we'd Skype every day while I was gone. But that's not in person. I came back with my parents. We drove back all together. And then that Friday, which would have been last Friday, a week from today. So if today's the 18th, it was Friday the 11th. It's my other brother's birthday. And I would have seen him, but I had been with the kids for 12 days straight, and I was getting really sad at the idea of...
The 11th of July is Rob's birthday. That's the day that Wendi and Jeff were scheduled to fly to California to visit his parents.
Drop off of Danny coming to pick him up, and so my folks said, you know what, why don't you just, so at about 4:45, I just went over a friend's house. I didn't see him that day. And then he had the kids, and I got some sort of laryngitis, and I was alone all weekend, so that was Saturday, Sunday. And then this week, I missed the kids, so I visited them at school on Monday and Tuesday.
They were staying with Danny?
They were with Danny that whole time, but Danny and I had started on days when we really missed the kids. We'd go have like lunch with them or breakfast with them. So I went and had lunch with them or read them a story. I saw them Monday, I saw them Tuesday. Wednesday was my overnight, and so so that was Wednesday, and then he had them Thursday, was yesterday.
Yeah.
So that was the last time I had face-to-face contact with him.
Was?
June 30th.
June 30th, okay. And then yesterday, y'all were conversing on text about this phone call, or about this discussion for Ben.
On email, I think,
Okay.
about, we'd both spoken with an administrator at the school, and so yesterday morning I emailed him and said, I'd really love for him to go to this school. I think we should accept it. Here's why. And then I asked him a second question about Ben's birthday coming up, because I didn't have Ben on his birthday, and he wanted this Lego thing, and I wanted to make sure that no one else got it for him. So I asked him if he was going to do a party for Ben, so I knew ahead of time whether people would be bringing presents or whatever, and so I knew whether he would have gotten it from someone else or whether I should buy it for him. And he wrote back and said, when your voice feels better, let's talk, because my throat was really hurting. He said, let's talk, we need to work this out for Monday. And I sent him an email, you'll see it sometime this morning while I was home working on my paper, that said, okay, I'm ready to talk whenever you are. I don't know what time I sent it, but if I called him at 11:40, it was either before I called him, because I thought normally he would have called.
Okay.
Like when he said I'm done with the class at 10:30, and I had said, okay, let's talk, and then sent him a call or an email, like, I thought it was weird I hadn't heard from him, but I just thought, like, oh, maybe he's busy with something or showering. Or...
But he told you at some point that he was going to premiere this morning.
Yeah, no, that phone message says I'm going to premiere, I'll be out 10:15, 10:30, and so you can call me after that.
When did you receive that phone message?
Maybe after the repair guy left, so maybe at like, this morning, like
Okay.
at 11-ish or something.
Okay. All right. So you're at your house with the repairman. He leaves. You go back to working on your papers. And then you leave your house around noon, drive down. Trescott's blocked. You turn around. You go back around on Benton. And then you go
There's
to
a tree.
Right. Pardon?
I thought it was like a tree that fell down or something.
Right. So...
I didn't even think, like, that's the house. I saw a few houses blocked off, and I'm sorry, I'm wasting time.
No, you're not wasting my time. I think I asked you before, you don't have a number for Amy. You do not have a contact number for her. But you know she's a professor at NYU.
Yeah.
You know that her and Danny have been seeing each other, and that she stayed here from the end of June to the 1st of July. Just
at least 2 weeks, maybe. Yeah.
And she met the children.
Yeah, she met a few friends in town, too.
And you don't know anything about her ex.
No. I know she was married.
Right. And she has children.
She has a son.
In New York.
In New York.
Okay.
She's a son. I think he's 14.
Okay. Do you know how old Amy is?
She's 50.
She's 50?
Yeah. She doesn't look 50. She's very beautiful.
Yeah. Can you imagine that's the only woman he could get? A 50-year-old? Imagine Charlie Adelson. 50? What do you mean, 50? A 50-year-old is not as good as a 41-year-old. And if you're with a 35-year-old, obviously you'd rather be with a 27-year-old. Oh, what a guy. What a guy. Charlie Adelson, man. It's almost like a science experiment, isn't it? I think we should let him out of prison and just put him in various different situations of our choosing and film the whole thing. You know, that'd be great. That'd be great. When do you think they're going to have prison cam? You know, can you imagine how much that would make in terms of people's curiosity and watching? I mean, the whole prison system would pay for itself 1,000 times over if we could tune in for updates with Charlie's Jailhouse Life. But I guess then you'd have people, you know, certain kind of people, crazy people, that just volunteer to go into a life sentence because it would essentially be a reality TV show. It would be like the Big Brother house. Do you have Big Brother in the States? You know, those reality shows where you put a bunch of fucking morons in a house together and they have to live together, and there's various like tasks, like they have to live for a week on a really small budget and they just argue and people watch. I mean, well, there's all sorts of shows like that, isn't there? Survivor, or whatever it is. Prison reality TV. It's a $1 billion idea. It's an industry in and of itself.
She is, not that you can't be beautiful at 50, but she looks really young. She's very pretty and accomplished.
Let's just see her again do that. And thank you, Ryan, for the fabulous super sticker.
Anything about her ex?
No. I know she was married.
Right. And she has children?
She has a son.
In New York?
In New York.
Okay.
She's a son. I think he's 14.
Okay. Do you know how old Amy is?
She's 50.
She's 50?
Yeah. She doesn't look 50. She's very beautiful.
Look, so smug. You know, Wendy's 35 here, okay? And, just, what a fucking bitch. Dan was having a great time, trust me. Yeah, Neverly Darling says, Charlie's quote would be, he's dating a 50-year-old? Like, on purpose? Oh, you could just hear his jaw dropping the floor.
She is, not that you can't be beautiful at 50, but she looks really young. She's very pretty and accomplished. And
You know her date of birth?
I only know that she is 50. I don't, because I was looking her up one time, feeling.
Oh, okay. Okay, so she's 50. She goes by Amy Adler.
Her middle initial is M.
Smiles are starting to come out now, aren't they, Wendy? Did you see that? Did you see those big, shiny whites? Big, shiny whites.
She looks really young. She's very pretty and accomplished. And
You know her date of birth?
I only know that she is 50. I don't, because I was looking her up one time, feeling.
Oh, okay.
God, she just can't keep her joy inside much longer, right? It's starting to crack. She's starting to crack, and the joy is starting to seep out. We did it! Adelson's win! Adelson's win! Fucking hell. Crazy.
Okay. Okay, so she's 50. She goes by Amy Adler.
Her middle initial is M.
M. Okay.
So that, like, if you looked
M
her
for
up
murder.
if you looked her up on the law school website, you'd find her that way.
Okay.
Her brother's he's like a famous fashion designer, so I think they spend a lot of weekends like in the Hamptons, and she lives in the city and lives like, you know.
Yeah, this is a big contributor to the murder. Obviously, the threat of Wendy's bar cards, the not moving relocation to Miami, the grandma motion preventing Donna Adelson from having unsupervised visits with the children. All of that was very important too, but I'm sure it didn't help preserve Dan's life that he was dating an extremely accomplished, tenured professor at New York University, big city, lives in the city, famous fashion designer brother. Actually, I don't think it's a fashion designer. Didn't he design plates or something? I can't remember. Weekends in the Hamptons. I bet their house in the Hamptons makes the Icon building look like a fucking crack house. Yeah, you know, Wendi Adelson, aside from all of the other core issues that we just listed, is not the kind of person that would be able to cope with leaving a husband, divorcing a husband, taking all of his stuff, taking his kids. That's not enough. If he went and got with someone even close or better than her, as what she would perceive, you know, the Adelsons are all about the list of specifications, aren't they? They review they review other human beings and themselves as you or I would check the features on some tech item that we're purchasing. You know, what are the specifications? Well, it's got a remote control with 3 settings, and you know, it's like that's how they look at it. You know, I bought this little heater fan yesterday for €17, and they had like maybe, I don't know, 10, 20 different fans, and there were a bunch that were around the same price, you know. So I was like, well, how do I make a decision? You know, I like the look of that one better, but is it a good quality heater? And I'm looking on the back, I'm reading, okay, so it's, you know, I can turn the temperature, and I can turn the heater off so it can just be used as a fan. And then I was comparing it. That's how they look at people and themselves, right? It's very evident about that from Charlie and Donna's calls, right? So Wendi Adelson is not going to put up with Dan going off and being with someone that, when looking at the specifications, if Wendy's a product, if Wendi is a fan heater and Amy Adler is a fan heater, and we look at the specifications, everybody sees that Amy Adler is the better deal, okay? And that's not going to happen. Big, well, maybe not as big as the other stuff, but I'm sure it factored into the ultimate decision.
Good life.
Okay. You gave me a name of Matt Price, who's in D.C.
That's his best friend.
Is that an attorney?
He's an attorney, yeah. I'm sorry you have to deal with so many lawyers.
That's okay, I'm used to it. I got to deal with state attorney's office, public defender's office, private attorneys.
The only time I've ever been in this, I represent victims of crime. I represent immigrant victims of crime, so it's the only time I've ever been in this building. Is advocating for my clients.
Yeah, certainly never been in here as a criminal. Advocating for my clients. It scares the shit out of me to think that this woman was dealing with vulnerable people in a professional nature. I mean, that is terrifying.
And the other friend?
The other friend is Josh Berman, also attorney. He's in New York City.
A city attorney for New York?
No, he's private. They're both private.
Okay.
And they were like the historic best friends
Okay,
from college and law school.
And then, of course, Alex is up in Cairo.
I'm assuming they're close. I know that he sleeps over at their house a lot with the kids.
Okay.
I don't know if it's because the kids really love to play together or because they're close, but they spend a lot of time together. I'm sure they're close.
All right. Okay.
Danny's pretty religious, so like he'd be connected with like rabbis and stuff in town too.
Okay. All right. Which synagogue does he go to?
He goes to two. The one he's most strongly affiliated with is Shomrei Torah. And by the way, if you get a nod that I can't use the bathroom, I could really use it. So
I'm going to make that
I'm
happen
not
right
going
now.
to die, but if I could just, that'd be great.
What is going on? What is going on? By the way, if you get a nod that I could take the reins and control the room and have everything done on my own terms, that'd be great. If you get a nod. Yeah. Hello, little man. Hello, little cop. Okay. Did you hear my last name? Bathroom break now.
Go.
Okay. Hi.
She's got to swab your hands.
Oh,
First, I'm going to have to do your hands.
okay. Hi.
I love that Wendi needs a piss. And we still got to do those forensics. Oh, and by the way, if you get a nod that I can use the restroom at some point, that'd be great, because I'm an Adelson and I need a piss. Yeah, sure, I'm going to take care of that right now. And then they bring in, I think Wendi thought that was the victim advocate at first, right? Yeah, we're going to swab your hands, right? We don't want you washing off evidence.
What does GSR stand for?
Gunshot residue.
Residue?
Residue.
Okay.
Residue? Who, me? Residue? I've never shot a gun. Look at her face. Like she does this, like, well, of course it's not on my hands. What does GSR stand for? I'm so ignorant about these terms, these criminal terms. Not a criminal.
What does GSR stand for?
Gunshot residue.
Residue?
Residue.
Okay. This is a really hard job you guys have.
Can't be. All right, right hand. Okay, and are you right or left-handed?
I work with both.
Okay.
But right-handed.
Since noon today, have you washed your hands at all?
I wish I could tell you I had, but I haven't.
Okay.
I'm filthy.
And a picture, correct?
Yeah, I'm a filthy pig.
Take a picture.
lay hands?
No, you just want to stand up, and then you can go.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here. Face on. Face on. This is going to be preserved in history, Wendy. All right? The rest is too grainy to see on the video, unfortunately, despite our best efforts to clean it up. I think it's one of the... I mean, we've got a better version, but it was still uploading, you know. Man, the uploading takes a long time when your video is 5 hours long. But, so we're going with this one, which isn't quite as good as the new one, but it's still the best one I've ever seen. What do we think, guys? Good cleanup on the video?
Okay.
We should pull up that photo right now, shouldn't we? I mean, it's only fair. I fucking hate this photo. Why? Because it's so transparent what she's trying to do. And I think a large, you know, it goes hand in hand as to why she is dressed and made up in the way that she is to go to lunch at a restaurant with academic colleagues. Okay? She would never do that. She would never go out to a lunch meeting with academic colleagues dressed like that. Okay? I'd love to know. She said it was a regular... Hang on, what am I searching for? Wendi... I'd love to get her academic colleagues, the friends that she was eating lunch with. She said it was a regular appointment, or that it used to be a regular appointment, right? I'd love to know if they thought that her clothing and dress sense that day stood out. Excuse me. Stood out as irregular from her normal... where is the picture? Here it is. So let's save that. And go back to our streaming software. Bosh. You know, she knows that this photo will be preserved in history. And, you know, appearances are very important to her. Obviously, she can't smile in the picture. Jodi Arias, Jodi Arias, Jodi Arias. I thought that was really, I mean, sick. But I thought Jodi's mugshot photo where she's smiling and tilting her head was quite funny. In a sick way. But Wendy's gone the complete other direction and gone into, I'm so traumatized, I don't have the capacity to care what I look like. But in doing that, she really does care what she looks like, because she really cares to look like a person who doesn't care what they look like. It's this kind of Zen paradox, right? I hate it. I absolutely hate it. What time is it for you guys? Well, it is Saturday night at least. I'm sorry it's late. We're still getting into the and plus your clocks went back. So that confused us. That confused us all in the studio, in the Metrix studio.
Take you to the sport news.
I'm just going to walk you around the corner. It's not really, it's just showing you where it is.
Not back, forward. The goddess, Neville. Yeah, I know Patsy Cline. That's how I always remember it too. But do we really need to do that anymore? I mean, I think it comes from agriculture, right? The clock's changing, and the farmers had to get up to plant the seeds or whatever. I mean, it's just one of those things that's archaic and has stuck with us. And now, with all the you know, what do you call it? Time-telling devices. I mean, I suppose people still have analog watches, but all the digital stuff just updates. Your phone updates. It used to be you wouldn't realize the clocks had changed, and then you'd notice a clock and go, "What the fuck time is it?" And then have to take the clock off the wall and wind it. Not anymore. I vote we ditch it. Just keep the same time all year round.
What time do your kids get out of school?
So, I think the school ends at like 5.
Okay.
But I usually pick them up early. Danny probably told him he was going to take them to Truesdale today, so they'll be expecting earlier. But at 5, it would be times.
That's what time they close?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll stay open.
Okay. Okay.
Little nervous yawn there, wasn't it, Wendy? Yeah. It's 3:44, and she wants to be out of the door quickly. As quickly as possible, yeah? I usually pick them up at 5, but... No, what was it? They finish at 5, but I usually pick them up early, so, you know, probably clock is ticking. Gotta go. Gotta go. So you gonna bring me my car, or... Because I went to a lot of trouble to put the Cheerios in the back seats, so it would look like, you know, a normal mother's car. And not that I'm an obsessive, controlling, narcissistic, crazy woman. Obviously, she doesn't let the children eat in the car. And has that car cleaned 3 times a week, inside and out. But not this week.
They were supposed to be with me.
This week it's Cheerio car. I still want to know what kind. Honey Nut?
This week, so normal for them, other than the swim bit, would have been to spend the weekend with me and
Where did they sleep last night?
with Danny.
With Danny?
Yeah.
Okay. So Danny took them...
Go ahead. I got a call. So he has an alarm system in the house, and I must still be on the call list for people if there's a break-in. I got a call yesterday. I guess it'll be on the phone when it happened. I got a call from like the company with the alarm company that said like the alarm's been triggered, it's gone off. There's another family in town that we're really close with. The woman's name is Lynn, and she's on the list too, so she got a call. I know this because I saw her yesterday evening. I went to a friend's art gallery thing, and she happened to be there. It's a small town, and she's...
Any drinks served at that art gallery thing, Wendy? art gallery thing in the evening. Sounds like there might have been some glasses of wine. Were there glasses of wine, Wendy, that you don't drink and don't know anything at all about alcohol or where ABC Liquors is?
I said, oh, I guess I got a call from Trescott, and
Okay.
I said, oh, I got the same call. I said, but I just figured it was fine. So they called yesterday, and I don't remember what time it was, maybe the morning, maybe the evening, but it happens sometimes, every once in a while with weather or whatever, the alarm gets triggered, so I didn't think anything of it. But I
Right.
wonder if there was like an attempted break-in yesterday.
I don't know. I'll have to check into that. Do you know what the alarm company is?
It's on my phone, right? The message
Okay.
that they left.
Sure.
I probably deleted it, but then I didn't delete my deleted messages. So if you look at deleted, you could find it.
Okay.
If not, I could probably figure it out. And Lynn could tell you.
Okay.
If you had to ask her.
That was yesterday.
It was yesterday.
But no calls today?
Mm-mm.
Where did the children sleep the night before? Have they been staying with Danny right along?
Yeah, except week on, week off, but with Wednesday overnights. So Wednesday night they were with me.
When you say Wednesday overnight, Wednesday.
It means like if it's a mommy week, then
Right.
they're with you all week. Except Wednesday night they'd go to Danny.
Okay.
If it's a Danny week,
Right.
so they're with him all week. Except Wednesday night they came to me.
All right, and then so Wednesday
And
night
that's
they.
the last time. I didn't tell you this, but I thought about it in the bathroom. I didn't have an interaction with him, but that's the last time I saw him was Wednesday. I picked up the kids and I was going to take them to Whole Foods.
Okay.
And I saw Danny working on his computer in the window of the Whole Foods, and I took him to BurgerFi instead.
Oh.
Because he and I were, divorced,
Right.
and interactions with him were hard. And it was
Sure.
my one day with the kids, and I thought, well, if we go inside, it's going to be like all of us together, and I wanted time by myself
That's
with
fine.
them. So I took them, but that's the last time I saw him. So I saw him sitting there Wednesday afternoon working.
He was inside Whole Foods.
He was inside Whole Foods with
Okay.
his computer,
Okay.
writing.
And the kids came out.
The kids didn't see him. We
Okay.
were just about to enter. I saw him. I thought, oh, my one day with the kids,
Okay.
and so I went and got burgers.
I bet she was doing this all the time. And where did she go? Burgers. Cheeseburgers? Not kosher burgers, surely. Kosher food has to do with the separation of milk and meat. So you couldn't have a cheeseburger, for example. No, it was, sometimes it was difficult. Yeah. Is it difficult? I wonder what the percentage of the entire population of the world don't find it difficult. It's probably a pretty high number of people that are strictly kosher. Hundreds of millions. Yeah.
Instead.
To the BurgerFi. Okay. All right. So then Thursday
I got a call.
you got called about the alarm. Had you had any contact with the kids during that time?
On Thursday, I had them Wednesday night. I brought them to school on Thursday, and then, no, not after I dropped them off.
Okay.
And there's a record at school of like when you log in, so I probably dropped them off a little before 9, but they could tell you what
Okay.
time.
All right. And then, so then he kept them last night, Thursday night, and then he would have driven them to school. What time does he normally drop them off at school?
It varies. Sometimes he has breakfast with them. I got the call from him. It was 9:04, I think.
Right.
So he must have already just dropped them off and was probably driving from school to the gym, and that's why he was saying, "Going to this class. I'll touch base with you after."
And then no contact after that.
We had some texting contact. That's when I was saying that my last contact wasn't very nice. I was saying, well, I wanted to pick them up at 3, and he was saying, well, you are only allowed them after 4:30. And I was like, well, what about last week? I picked him up at 5, and he said I was just being nice. And I said, I guess nice was fun while it lasted.
Okay.
That's the last thing I said to him.
Okay. All right. His parents and his family, do you have contacts for them in your phone?
I have contacts for For at least one of them.
Okay.
I think I'd been recently deleting them just because they don't call me. But at least one of them, I can tell you his, like, I don't know whether it's his dad's name. His parents are actually recently divorced.
Okay. We'll get the phone. When we get the phone back, you can supply those numbers.
Okay.
All right, and then we'll attempt to contact them.
Oh my God.
Find out where they're at least in Canada.
It's just the worst thing you could have happen.
Now I gotta ask you something. Okay?
Yeah.
Do you own a gun?
No.
Have you ever owned a gun? Have you ever fired a gun?
I think I went skeet shooting about 12 years ago.
Okay. Nothing since then? Does Danny own a gun?
Not that I know of, but maybe since I left. He didn't own a gun when I was with him.
Never had a gun around, or
No.
did he ever talk about buying a gun or anything?
He would talk about it, but he's a criminal law professor,
Right.
so sometimes he would talk about things just like
Okay.
to have a discussion about,
Okay.
like, should we have a gun in the home? Is it dangerous?
Right.
As far as I knew, there was no gun in the house.
Okay. You don't know anybody that he owed money to? You don't know
Just
anyone?
me.
I know, besides you. But that was under court order. I'm assuming.
It's, yeah, and we have lawyers, and he very much respects, as do I, the legal system, you know,
Right.
so it was working its way through.
Okay.
But anybody else,
it
money
was
too,
just
I mean,
working it through. We love the legal system. That's why we petitioned the court for all of this crazy shit. We just love litigation, you know. That's how we met in court. So yeah, we really respect it. As do I. Legal system. I believe in our justice system. I don't fear being arrested for a crime I didn't commit.
he doesn't gamble, he doesn't drink, like, he doesn't have any vices, doesn't do anything weird. I can't imagine. I mean, I think he annoys people with his, like, legal academia, but I think, like, in the ivory tower here, not like, I don't think he owed money to anyone. I can't imagine.
Okay. I mean, unless you have something I can't think of, I'm looking for some reason that someone would want to hurt him.
Not just hurt him.
Right.
I mean,
I know, but the intention.
I could see one of my friends wanting to shake him.
Right.
But, like, God, no. I don't know who would do this. And I'm very scared because I don't understand why this would happen. He and I got along fine for the sake of the kids. You heard the message where he was like, well, maybe we'll just take a walk around school. And
Right.
I mean, I found him hard to be around, but so did a lot of people. They all knew he meant well. He was a decent, good human being. He wouldn't hurt anybody. He would never do this to anybody. I don't know who would want to hurt him like this. I really don't.
Right. I need to ask you, was your divorce, you said before it had nothing to do with infidelity, no extramarital affairs or anything like that?
Neither one of us.
It was just simply the fact that you all just didn't get along anymore, or was it just the fact that he was belligerent to you?
He never hurt me physically, but he was emotionally abusive.
Okay.
And I didn't tell most people that, so all most people know is it just didn't work out, and it's just the kids are young, and this is just better this way. So other than my family, who saw the way he treated me, most people were, well, I think his family was very surprised. He told everyone around the community that I was mentally ill, because only a crazy person would leave him, and so there's a lot. But, you know, who would, so that's it. The circumstances, plain and simple, were it just wasn't a really healthy marriage, and I thought it would be better for the boys if they didn't grow up thinking that's the way you treat women. But he didn't hit me, he didn't hit them, he didn't have a drug problem.
Unbelievable, right? I didn't want the boys to grow up thinking that's how you treat women. I mean, look who's talking, you fucking murderer. You know? You want the boys to grow up around Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, who flies to South America to have sex with trafficked, underage prostitutes? You think those underage prostitutes keep 1 cent of the money? No. They're in terrible situations, their families are threatened, and criminal gangs are running it as a business. And your brother is fully complicit in those terrible actions. And you are complicit. And you work with trafficked immigrant victims. I mean, that is sickening. And you're here spouting shit about Dan Markel, not wanting your boys to grow up under his influence. I mean, you're out of your fucking mind. You know, I'm against killing basically anyone. I mean, I'd take great pleasure. Well, do we really need to go there? Just someone, you know. We shouldn't advocate violence, but I just want her to die. You know, the fucking face of the earth is going to be such a cleaner place without these people. These are bad people. I can't think of anyone worse than this family.
He didn't gamble, he didn't cheat on me, I didn't cheat on him. There's no other...
Oh, yeah?
You
You didn't cheat on him? What about the coach for the Cleveland Browns? What about that advertising executive from Coca-Cola? Or Daniel Sack? You know? Or Miguel? Or was it 10 guys while you were with Jeff? That's more than... I mean, that's like... You were only together from September until May, June. It was like, the fuck? He didn't cheat on me, I didn't cheat on him. I disagree. I think you're lying. I think you were cheating on him with extreme regularity. And not just cheating on him, but coming home filled up. Okay?
I keep thinking the only unknown I can think of is Amy's ex-husband. Is he still in the picture? Is he upset? Danny, I defriended him from Facebook because I found it too upsetting to see intermittent pictures of the kids. But I wonder, he's very, very public on Facebook about where he is, when he's traveling, where he's going, and so I wonder if he's got pictures up of him and Amy, and if there's a jealous ex-husband in the...
You know where this ex-husband would be?
He'd be in New York, too.
Is he also an attorney?
I don't even know his name.
Okay.
I just know when Amy came down here, they went over a mutual friend of ours. It's a guy that works at the law school. This guy Jay and his wife Dory is a good friend of mine, and they have kids my kid's age. And I said to her, I remember saying, so what's she like? She met her before I did, and she said, she's really nice, and she's, very sweet, and she's recently divorced too, so she knows how awkward all of this is to meet the new person. I don't know, and I'm scared.
Have you had anything happen at your house?
No.
Nothing?
Mm-mm.
And the information for Best Buy for the service tech that was there, that's at your house?
Mm-hmm. I'd be happy. I mean, if someone wants to
we'll
come back
get
with
that.
me.
We'll get that. And that was basically from when he came out there to serve, I guess to replace the TV.
He came out to fix it and then told me that what was wrong with it wasn't fixable.
Right.
And so I called Charlie to find out, should I buy a new one or should I fix this one? And he was like, just buy a new one.
And once he left, do you remember what time the serviceman left?
probably around 10,
10.
before 10, and then I left by 12.
But between that time, between 10 and 12, you were by yourself working on your papers and stuff.
Yeah.
Were you doing on papers or computer?
It was all on computer. And that's what I was thinking. I sent some edits in to someone at the law library during that time.
Okay.
I called a few friends. I sent some texts. I mean, all of that'll be
On the phone?
on the phone.
Or did you call from your house phone?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay, you use all your communications is over your cell phone?
Yeah.
Do you have more than one cell phone?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm going to introduce you to a victim advocate. She's going to be very helpful. And she's going to, once the phone comes back, she'll get the numbers for his folks. And you're saying everybody's in Canada. Is that correct? On his side of the family?
His family's in Canada.
Okay, Alberta?
No,
Quebec?
his mom and dad, his immediate family is in Toronto.
Okay.
His aunts and uncles and cousins are all.
Alberta and Quebec. Why would he pick those? Are those the only two that he knows? Just say Toronto or Vancouver. Is he on Prince Edward Island? Or Nova Scotia? Toronto or Vancouver? That's it. Montreal. And Ottawa.
Well, Montreal. Everyone's English speaking. Any family? No family in the States. They're all in Canada.
And that's where he's from originally?
He's from there. He came here for college and never left. So he's 41 and he's been here since he was 18.
Did he go to FSU for law school?
No.
Okay. Where did he go to law school?
Harvard.
Harvard. Okay.
Oh, did you hear the fucking how hard that was for her to spit out of her mouth? The bitterness, yeah? She hated that question. Did he go to FSU for law school? No. Where did he go to law school? Harvard.
And then he got a position as a professor.
We moved up here for.
Yeah, no, sorry, Wendy. It was Harvard and Oxford. Oh no, was it? Well, she did Cambridge, didn't she? I think Danny did a bit at Oxford too, and the what is it called? The Hebrew University in Jerusalem, founded by Albert Einstein. And when was it founded? July 1918, which we've mentioned before. If you write that year in the expression of a two-digit number and omit the, the 19, the centuries, it just says July, 18. July 18th, the day he was shot. I just, that number jumped out at me when I was reviewing Albert Einstein's Hebrew University in Jerusalem.
So you were in New York too?
No. I've never lived in New York.
Oh.
I was actually at University of Miami going to law school. We met. We got engaged, and then I was going to do my last year of law school up here. So in 2005, we moved here. He was a professor, and I was a student for one more year. And then we moved back to Miami for a year, and then we moved here for a year. The reason why I say his parents are going to say I did it is because after we got divorced, I wanted to move to South Florida, and I filed a petition to relocate in the court.
Yeah. Let's volunteer some more information. We should have built a list. Danny owes her money. Ruth and Phil are going to think it was her. Now we've got her want to move to South Florida. her petition to the court, which was denied. Denied! You know, get all this out. If the cops find this on her own and she hasn't mentioned it, it looks extra bad.
And the court said no. So
Because of the kids.
I mean, yeah. So you can always leave. You just can't leave with your kids. So, so we're in Tallahassee because of Danny's job.
And she would have been absolutely fine with that, leaving the kids. She does not like these fucking kids. She would have been absolutely fine with that had it not been for the social stigma of, being an abandoning mother. It's what they're all about, this social, societal, the specifications, just like a tech product, like we were saying.
So
He taught at UM before he came up here?
he didn't. He had that year at FSU, and then UM said they wanted to hire him, so I worked there for a year. He worked there for half a year. We commuted back and forth to FSU, and then UM didn't hire him, and so we moved back to FSU, and I've been here since the 07 school year.
All right. I'm going to go get the victim advocate, all right, and introduce you to her, and as soon as we get your phone back, I'll probably want you to show me some of those text messages. I know it's going to be on the record,
Okay.
but I may want to ask you that, and then we'll try to get everything expedited so you can be there when your kids get picked up from school.
Right, because the alternative would be like a police officer.
Yeah, we don't want to do
Scary.
that. I want you to come pick them up.
Instead of a police officer, if it can't be me, I'd rather it be like a family friend or something.
Well, we could do that too.
Okay,
if
I'm
you'd
just
rather.
saying, like,
Yeah.
I do not want. I think they'll get really scared. If
No.
the officer taking
All
them.
the officer's done is checked on your children and made
Okay.
sure they're at school. We just had to find out where they were and where you were. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be
Okay.
right back.
Okay. I can put my IDs away.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Wendy, this is Sarah Latour.
Hi, Sarah.
She's victim advocate.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna come sit over here on this side if you don't mind.
I'm just thinking perhaps this would be the place to cut it off. How many people have we got left in the stream? At this late hour. It's already, 2 a.m.? Oh, we've still got 188 people. That's quite a stack for this channel. That crazy grizzly true crime, she gets like 4,000 in her streams, man. That's amazing. That's amazing. And then Carl Steinbeck, I've seen him with or maybe it was 2,000. It wouldn't be 20,000, would it? That'd break the internet. Okay, well, we'll stay for a little while.
So I have to meet you under these circumstances.
I'm usually a lot more fun.
I've been trying to kind of find some next of kin information on his parents.
Do you want their names?
Yes, that would be
His dad is Phil Markel.
And they're in Canada.
They're in Canada. They're in Toronto.
Toronto.
Most of them.
Okay. His mom's name is Ruth Markel.
Mm-hmm. Are they married still?
They just got divorced. They're 70. They just got divorced after 30-something years of marriage.
And when you say they're 70, are they in good health 70?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're young.
Yeah, they just got divorced. They're so dysfunctional. They're weird and Canadian.
They're really young.
70 left.
My dad just turned 70, and he's very young, 70.
Okay. So they wanted lived together.
Oh, here we go. This is fantastic. Oh, what are we? What was Neverly's question? Why did Wendi, as the ex-wife, get a victim advocate? Okay, so let's go back to the beginning here. I don't think any victim advocate should be allowed to wear a skirt like that. You know, that would stress me out so much that it would bring back whatever trauma. You know, I wouldn't be able to feel calm around a garment like that. It just makes me dizzy.
So to meet you under these circumstances.
I'm usually a lot more fun.
I'm usually a lot more fun. That's a matter of opinion, okay? And I can't imagine any situation enjoying your company, Wendi Adelson. I think you're a horrible, spiteful, you're just mean and jagged, and you're just broken glass, okay? You're dangerous. You're disgusting. And the world will be better when you're not in it.
I've been trying to kind of find some next of kin information on his parents.
Do you want their names?
Yes.
His dad is Phil Markel.
And they're in Canada.
They're in Canada. They're in Toronto.
Toronto.
Must have thought.
Okay. His mom's name is Ruth Markel.
Mm-hmm. Are they married still?
They just got divorced. They're 70. They just got divorced after like 30-something years of marriage.
And when you say they're 70, are they in good health 70?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, so they didn't get married until they were 40? Well, she said 30-something years of marriage. Well, yeah, well, that could be 39 years.
They're young. They're like
70 then.
my dad just turned 70, and he's very young, 70.
They're a young 70. They live in Miami now.
I don't-
They won't even go near a shuffleboard tournament. They wouldn't be seen dead. What else do older people do in Florida? They wouldn't be seen dead eating dinner at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, we had to get an early meal to get our heads down for tomorrow's shuffleboard tournament.
I think they're living together. Truthfully, Danny and I got divorced in the last 2 years, and they separated in the last 2 years, so
Okay.
I'm fuzzy on the details.
That's okay. And you were going through your thing, and they were probably going through theirs.
Yeah. I have that skirt.
See you. It's beautiful. She'll say it.
You see, Jeff told us a lot, especially in our fantastic unredacted Jeff Lacasse video on our channel page, without commentary and with commentary, twice. Anyway, what did we? Yeah, Jeff told us a lot about how Wendi lies. And this is a good example, I think. I don't believe Wendi Adelson does have that skirt. But Wendi knows that a lie like that, I have that skirt. No one's going to look into that. No one's going to go and verify whether or not that's true. It doesn't fucking matter. It's an alignment, okay? Sisters. She starts going on about how they could be sisters. And although we can only see the side of Sarah's face, I have no problem whatsoever in observing that they look nothing alike at all. Totally different shape head, totally different bodied hair. But look at this pause screen. Wendi Adelson is doing the old mirroring thing, right? The old suggestibility, dabble in hypnosis stuff. Mirror someone's body language and wordage, and then do tests. Start trying to lead them. Because if you mirror someone for long enough, you kind of become in sync somehow. And the other person will want to start to mirror you. And if you can get them to mirror you, then you've got them in a suggestible position, which is perfect for Wendi Adelson's endeavour in this room. I have that skirt. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're trying to be close. You're befriending. You're rapport building. And you're a lying fuck.
People do. He has a sister that he's really close with.
Is she in Canada too? And what's her name?
Her name's Shelley Markel.
Is Shelley short for something?
It's not.
Okay. Does she have an EY in there, or is it
No,
just...
it's
Isn't it short for Michelle? Shelley short for something? Usually. I mean, are people really called just Shelley on their birth certificate? I think that happens though, right? More in the States, where someone's name is literally just Ed. Not Edward, just Ed. 2-letter name, that's your full name on your birth certificate. Ed. Just Ed. Or Eddie.
Shelly. I'm sure you do this all the time as your job, but like I cannot believe this is happening.
It's not a situation with me, and it's never easy or anything like that. So all your emotions and stuff you're feeling are okay right now.
I'm so worried about my kids. I don't know how I'm gonna tell them what happened. They're so little.
And you know, it is difficult sometimes for kids with their perception of realities.
They love their dad.
Yes, they do.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all right, Wendi.
No, you're fine. Talk to me.
They also love going to sushi restaurants, and you'll be able to do that a bunch. They love, going to ride on Charlie's boat. That'll be happening. And all the other stuff. Exclusive, big money stuff. That's what they really like. They'll get over the dad. They just need a couple of Ralph Lauren shirts, a few Valentino Couture mini suits, and we'll be good. We'll be good. That'll be like, instead of their dad, a fine wardrobe.
You know what you want to talk to me about.
It's fine. I'll tell you what you
No, you're good though. I want to be here for you too. My consideration.
I can't believe this is happening. I don't understand, and I'm very scared because if this can happen, like, what if someone's gonna come after the kids? Like, who did this, and why would they do this?
And from what they're missing, they haven't had any indications of that.
Do you think someone can watch the house where I'm gonna be with the kids tonight to make sure that nobody comes after us?
We'll discuss kind of that type of stuff. I'm gonna make sure that they know all your concerns and fears. Okay.
I just
take stuff one step at a time right now. I know it's hard.
I don't know how I'm gonna tell them.
I can tell you this. I think it's gonna be best coming from you. You're their mother. You seem very educated and put together. And it sounds like you've gone through a lot the past 2 years.
Yeah, but the kids have been doing so well with everything. They're really happy, well-adjusted kids.
Someone. Who's that? that Laura Lee? Someone just bought 5 cups. Thank you so much. Let's see who it is. It is Laura Lee! I knew it was you. Thank you, Laura. Very much appreciated, Laura.
There's so many people in their life that
you all are doing the right thing.
And I get why I would be a suspect, but the idea that we were divorced, but the idea that I would ever do anything is like, I understand why they need to check, but I don't know who would though. I don't know who would do this. I can see why they would think it would be me.
Well, I don't think. And did Investigator Isom talk to you at all about like what your role is in this?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
And a lot of times they do stuff just to kind of cancel you out too.
It's fine. I understand.
Okay.
I understand. I just can't believe this is happening. So, I do best with being helpful. So why don't you tell me what I can do to help you?
Okay. Well, give me the parents' names. I know you probably, if you have any of their phone numbers, I know you don't right now, probably from memory either.
It's in my phone.
Right.
I don't remember them.
So we'll wait for...
They lived in Toronto, and I didn't have a really close relationship with them before the divorce.
Okay.
And after the divorce, it's been, I've sent his sister, like, happy birthday messages, but it's not close, and so I don't...
Right, you didn't have a reason to really have communication with them, and that's okay.
Okay, so other than their names...
Right, that's probably all you really...
No, I'm asking, like, what can I do?
Let's see. You can, worry about you and your boys. Start thinking who would be someone that you want here for you that's here in Tallahassee now.
What do you mean here for me? Like for what?
For support for you, because you're gonna have to go.
I'd really like my family to come.
Okay.
They're not here, but
where are they located?
I'm just so upset right now that I'm worried about parenting effectively. So if my parents were here, they could help me. They're really close with the kids, so they could help me. I feel like you and I look a little bit alike. Do you see this as you're looking at my face?
You have very pretty blue eyes. They're much bluer than mine.
But I feel like, anyway, it's like
in the
looking
hair.
at my sister, similar hair. I must look awesome right now, but when I'm not in crisis, I'd really like my parents to be here and help me with the kids.
And so for my information, what are your parents' names?
I feel like I should be the one to tell them.
No, I don't want. I'm not going to go tell them. I'm just more of, as this time goes on, right? When you're referring to people, I want to know.
Sure. My parents' names are Donna and Harvey Adelson.
And did you say they were in Florida?
They are. They're splitting. They're sort of in the process of retiring.
Okay.
Maybe semi. So they work together. They're super happy and in love. 40 plus years in, so they live in Coral Springs for part of the week and then in Miami for part of the week. So today is Friday and they're in Miami.
Okay, so is Miami like their weekend home then for them?
My brother Charlie got this place for them to sort of have them try living in Miami. So sometimes on the weekends they all hang out together. So they'll be there.
And like I said, I'm not going to notify your parents or do anything like that. I was just, like I said, getting that more of just so...
For future, yeah.
And do you have anyone in Tallahassee that you consider your go-to person here?
I have a lot of... I'm not saying this to be bragging. I have a number of people that
you have a good network.
I do. The person who feels most like family is my friend Lynn.
Lynn? Okay.
She's just a bit older than me, and I'm very close with her family. She has 4 kids, and I'm kind of like an aunt to the twin girls. I'd really love for Lynn to be around.
Okay. What's Lynn's last name?
Grossman.
S-S-M-A-N?
Yeah.
She's here locally.
She is, yeah. She lives right down, really close to me.
What are your 2 boys' names? I know.
My older son is turning 5 on the 29th. His name's Benjamin.
just, it's about 4:10, so I know we're gonna need to start making arrangements as far as if you want somebody to pick your kids up and take them home, that type of thing. So Sarah can, if you want to figure that out, just because I think he said that they had to be picked up by about.
Thank you so much, Golfer Girl, for the fabulous super sticker. Little fox.
5 or so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So something to
Okay.
just think about what we
Thank
want
you.
to get on.
What should we do about that?
What do you think would be? Do you have any? Cause you probably have. They're younger, right? So probably
They're 3.5 and 5.
So they probably start
They're in car
unboosted.
seats.
Okay.
They're in car seats. I am in shock right now, so I could probably be functional to like drive a car.
Well, I can help with kind of that type of stuff. Do you have a friend? Do you want?
I mean, I would, if Lynn is here, I don't know if she's in town. It's Friday?
Yes.
I don't know if she's in town this weekend. If she is, I would love for her to be with
Lynn
me.
would be your person. Okay.
Yeah.
And then if Lynn's not, do you have a kind of backup person you would think?
I do. I have a lot of friends who have kids, so they have their own responsibilities. My friend Jane, who actually I think used to be a victim advocate.
Okay.
Jane would be a really good choice. Jane McPherson.
And I might be able to get these numbers, but
Because she doesn't have kids, it's all on my phone.
I know, it's okay. I know, I don't have anything memorized either. So.
Other close friends that I would have be with me right now. I have this really close friend whose husband died last year, who has a kid, and we spend a lot of time together, so she'd understand, but I don't want to do that to her.
Okay. Well, and I think maybe between Lynn and Jane,
hopefully one of them.
Okay.
Oh, Jane might be traveling. It's just summer, people are traveling all the time.
I understand.
Who else might be here?
What do you think Lynn and Jane would be kind of a good start?
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go check and see how long on your phone, so that way we can kind of start working on those things.
Okay.
Some things for you to think about when you meet your goals. I'm sorry, it's really hard.
I just don't know how to tell them that.
Well, you know your voice better than anyone else does, right?
Right now, they were expecting, I don't know if Danny told them or not, the plan was he was going to take them swimming this afternoon, which is sort of out of the ordinary.
Okay.
Normally, I would just pick him up, but I think he's leaving town for the weekend. I just think he wanted extra time with the kids. So he was going to take them to Truesdale and bring them to my house. So sometimes plans change.
Right.
Like, sometimes his flights are delayed from New York, and the kids say, I thought, they call him Abba, which means father in Hebrew. They'd say, I thought this was an Abba day. What are you doing here?
Okay.
And I'd say, well, Abba's flight was late, so it's going to be a mommy day for a little while. So if there was a plan they were expecting, it would have been the go to the pool plan, but they knew that it was time to be with me, so
they knew they were going to transition into
so
a
normal
mommy time.
for them would have been mommy all weekend,
Okay.
mommy all week, and then Wednesday Abba. What you were saying. So for them, this is what they expect. Is I think for me to come pick them up, it's very normal.
Okay.
I don't know if I can drive a car right now.
And that's why we're going to try to see some friends, kind of try to work out what options we can to help you so you may not have to do that, okay?
Okay.
So let me go check on your phone,
Okay.
and then I'll come back and kind of let you know and see maybe how long it'll take, or see if I can find some phone numbers.
My 2 friends that I was with for lunch when they came and found me, how did they find where I was?
I have no
What's
idea.
I mean, did they just search for my car? Like, I am just amazed. I was eating with 2 girlfriends. They're both psychiatrists.
Okay.
So they'd probably be good people to talk to.
Okay.
One of them is a child psychiatrist, so I just
So
feel
she
like
might be a good person to talk to, especially about
how to talk to the boys. I'm fine. As fine as a baby, so I'm fine.
How's it going, Wendi? Got yourself a victim advocate now, Wendi, in your stupid owl t-shirt. Welcome back, Innuendo. Yeah, well, Ian says Wendi did an internship at the Kim Kardashian School of Ugly Crying. Yeah, fucking A, right? I don't know what that means. I don't know anything about Kim Kardashian. But she is an ugly crier. I couldn't stand being around this. I think I could feel Ison just like going, okay, fucking hell. Yeah, do the laboured breathing thing again. What is going on?
For them raising work numbers? If they would have.
So, Jane is a PhD student. She's working from home.
Okay.
Lynn works, I'm kind of forgetting what the name of the place is that she works. She does like Holocaust recovery stuff. Department of Financial Services, maybe. It's not DVPR, it might be DFS, but
yeah, she recovers
her husband
Holocaust diamonds
friends with the
that I stole. No, I'm not giving it back. No. Tell your 95-year-old uncle to call me, and then I'll give it back. Because it was really his. So it's not yours to ask for, Dan. Okay? When Uncle let's call him Terry. When Uncle Terry calls me, I'll send the diamond. And then Dan did contact Uncle Terry, 95-year-old man, with this stressful hostage situation. And Uncle Terry did call Wendi and request the diamond back, and she refused. Obviously, she thought having a condition to have Dan get Uncle Terry to call her might, Dan might not want to do that because Uncle Terry is very old and, he might not want to trouble him. But maybe Uncle Terry is still pretty sharp upstairs and made the phone call no problem, and Wendi refused to give it back. What a bitch. And now she's on about a friend who does Holocaust recovery, whatever that is. I don't know what that is. Is that... Maybe it's the recovery of individuals rather than property. I don't know.
Family. Her husband's name is Alan Grossman, Allen. And he has his own law firm in town, so he should be really easy to find.
Okay,
It's like Grossman, but Furlow and Bio, maybe.
Do you know what street it's off of by chance? Probably downtown. Okay, that's good
But
though.
you can find him and find
he's
that
an
number,
attorney.
and he's usually at work. I'm trying to think. All of my really, really close friends live out of town, but
Okay. And go. I'm gonna try to do just some Google stuff real quick, and then I'll come back.
okay. God, we really should start memorizing more phone numbers. I used to know them.
It's just technology that makes it easier for us.
What is
going
that?
crazy
What is
with
that? Oh, we really should start remembering more phone numbers. What? Why? No, we really should. We should go back to the old times when we had memory phone number. Well, no, we have phones now. I mean, I think phone numbers are soon to become obsolete and abandoned. There's no necessity to have a phone number anymore. You just call the phone, right? The phone is registered and has its own individual technical identification computer numbers. There's no need for a 6 or 7 or 8 digit number. It's just this, the way that these things evolve is that we still believe that we need to have phone numbers. Obviously, house phones are different, but I haven't had a house phone. Well, I've had a house phone once in my entire adult life, I think. Maybe twice. I haven't had a house phone in the last 15 years. So, we don't need phone numbers. We don't need daylight saving time, and we don't need phone numbers. Change is coming. Change is coming.
This weight room.
I'm sorry, I know it's not the.
It's not like people.
Yeah, look at my trauma. Did you see my white teeth? My traumatized teeth? How am I going to tell the boys they loved their dad? I'm going crazy in this white room, and my white teeth don't show up so good in the white room because they just blend into the paint on the walls. Slap this bitch. Soap, we are going to hit this bitch home. We're going to hit her hard. Hit her where she lives.
Pictures of
No.
I just feel like I'm in a Twilight Zone, and I keep picturing the kids like at a funeral having to say goodbye to their dad, and I just
take it one step.
Well, they won't go to the funeral. They'll go to the memorial. Were they at the memorial? Yeah, of course they were. Yeah. Dan was buried in Canada. The boys have never... Why would the Adelsons ever need to go to Canada?
I have to do this to them.
It's cold, there's grizzly bears, you know, skunks, raccoons. Horrible place. Just kidding, I love it.
Do you want me, when I find their numbers, is it okay if I call your friends?
Yeah,
okay,
it's fine.
Absolutely, Innuendo. This is a fact-finding, breadcrumbing exercise for Wendi. You know, little breadcrumbs she lays out. Little breadcrumbs pointing over here. Obviously, the big old breadcrumb, she's just going to throw a whole loaf of bread at Jeff Lacasse's feet with the word jealous baked into the bread, or toasted onto the top of the bread will be the word jealous. And she'll throw that at Jeff Lacasse's feet. She's like, well, you know, if you're looking for someone that's not too happy with Danny, I don't know what the situation is with Amy Adler's ex. She's 50, but she's a young 50, a beautiful 50. Weekends in the Hamptons, living in the city, tenured professor at NYU, famous fashion designer brother. Ooh! Hey Wendi, I hope you're watching this and know that I know all about you.
And I can go and tell them
I
that
could
you...
really use some help
Okay.
taking care of the boys tonight.
Of course.
I'm trying to think of who else I would call. My closest friend in town is on vacation right now with her family.
Well, we'll start with Lynn and see kind of where we get from there, since she...
Okay.
Okay?
Ugh.
Another kind of question we have, do you want, if we get in touch with one of your friends, do you think it's best if maybe they picked up the kids first, or?
Just because it's 4:15 now, I didn't know time-wise what we'd be looking at.
I just don't want to bring them. I was about to say I don't want to traumatize them, but they're about to get bloody traumatized.
And they can take them home.
Right. I just don't know what would be less upsetting for the boys.
That's up to you.
What I would most like.
Or we can make arrangements with the school and just say, look, it's going to be a little late. You need to work with us, and Mom and a friend will
I
come.
think they do keep it open till like 5:30
Okay.
or so. So what I would most like would be to pick them up myself and have someone with me in case I don't feel like I can drive well.
That's fine. And Lynn would be your first option to
Lynn
come
would be
here.
my first
And
choice,
you're-
or Alan, her husband.
Okay. And you're okay with me speaking with them and telling them to come here
Yeah.
first? And
My car is.
we have the cars here.
Oh, they got it here.
I think they were bringing it here, and I think
Did they take my keys?
I don't
How did
know.
they get the car here?
I don't know.
I guess you guys.
Well, I may be wrong. I thought And Investigator Isom, it
Yeah.
may still be at the other place, was going to touch base, oh, okay, I may be wrong, was going to touch base with you about, because I know he's done a bunch of different stuff as far as doing your hands and all that stuff, to see if you'd be willing to let us look in your car to see if there's
You can look-
anything,
You
know.
can
Okay.
search the car.
And so he'll have another form for you
That's
to do.
fine.
Okay, so I will call them, and the question is, I will not tell them what's going on until they get here.
I would tell them.
Okay, I just didn't know them driving. Are they good friends with him as well?
They've been mutual friends, but
Okay.
they're more my friends.
Okay.
I mean, I think everyone's gonna be devastated.
Sure.
to you
And maybe
about
I'll
this,
just
but-
say that you're up here, you're fine, but they need to come pick you up, and then we can do that here.
It was interesting, huh? The cop just said, we're not gonna, I don't know, what did she say? I said, I don't know whether we should tell them before they get here or wait until they get here. And Wendy was like, no, I'd tell them before. Yeah, because she doesn't want Lynn and Alan to be called to the police station for something to do with Wendy, but have that drive over, the time that it takes to drive over to wonder and go, oh, well, we did hear something happened on Trescott, and now Wendy's with the police. Maybe she did something. Maybe she lost her mind. No, the police can feed them the story that Wendy's been feeding the police, right? Clever. She does think on her feet. She does have the ability to make split-second decisions, and that comes in handy if you're a murdering, horrible, narcissistic piece of shit.
I mean, I think you can tell them
Okay.
Wendy needs help
That's
picking up
fine.
the boys
Yes.
because
And-
of
yeah.
what's happened. Like, I think you can tell them why
Okay.
they need them,
That's fine.
and that's fine.
She said she's fine with the van, searching the van and stuff when,
Do you want-
because we were talking about that. All right, I will take care of this, Wendy.
Thank you. I don't know who that is. Is she another victim
She's
advocate?
a sergeant with us.
Okay. That was very gendered of me. Sorry.
Those what?
Gendered,
you're
assuming
okay.
she's a
No.
victim advocate because she's a woman.
No.
You're welcome. I'll fill out whatever
Nah.
paperwork you want.
Yeah, right here.
Search the van.
Yeah, Isom doesn't like any kind of gender debate whatsoever. No. Oh.
I can read it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you witness that, Sarah?
Sure.
We got an alternative for the kids.
What's the alternative?
Right
somebody
now,
else.
Joanna's calling one of her friends that she gave us and trying to see if they can have the friend come here,
Right.
and then they can go together and pick up the children. That way
Okay.
she'll have the support system.
Right,
So.
absolutely. The receipt you just rolled up, what was that for?
That was lunch. I was trying to find the receipt from the bourbon, but I may have put it with the bourbon. This is from yesterday. It's lunch.
Mm.
But these are full times.
Hey guys, one of our champion moderators, Neverly Darlin, has just brought to my attention that people are asking for the invite. To see the invite, yeah, let's look it up. Let's bring that. What's it under? Mm-hmm. Here it is. Here it is. And I say that this invitation is a fucking piece of shit imitation, not an invitation. Harvey Adelson sitting in his wank room when he's not photoshopping his own daughter to enhance her tits and make her look sexy. I mean, how many hours does that take? That's what you do on the weekend, doctor? Sickening. Yeah, he's just making fake evidence. He's a whiz kid. He cleans your teeth. He cleans your criminal history. Prick. Make it a little smaller. Like this. Hold on, guys. Hold on. So, put it over here. You're invited, so please come on over to a Stock the Bar couples shower for Lauren and Jamie. Friday, July 18th, 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Backyard gathering with something. And then up here we have, I mean, how easy would it be? Maybe the invitation is real. I do quite like the design of it. It's sort of like Sarah Boone's. Remember Sarah Boone's advertisement for getting an attorney? We'll bring that up as well, and we can cross compare. Help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding by bringing a bottle of Bullet Bourbon or your favorite wine or spirit. So you just print that off, and that's what you're saying is evidence. Bring them in. Bring them in. If goddamn Lauren and Jamie, I think Lauren died, unfortunately. I don't have that verified, so don't quote me. If you're going to quote me, date me. If you're going to quote me, date me. Oh, you want to know what call? Okay, I'll tell you what call. It was on April 21. Fucking Charlie Adelson, prick. Yeah, how easy would it be to just put this extra label on after the event? I mean, this is not proof. And this is what tells me that it's fake, right? It's not just my suspicions, but if you want to prove something, you go and prove it. You don't put forward proof that could easily be unreliable. If you need to prove something, which they obviously feel that they do because they have produced this, right? And this is not beyond doubt, right? It could easily be faked. If you want, they've shown us that they want to prove it. They've offered something that could be faked as proof. If you want to prove something, you call up Jamie. Or Lauren, if she's alive, which we don't know. God rest her soul. If she died, which we don't know. Yeah, that's the main indicator to me. You know what I'm saying? If you want to prove something, prove it. Don't fuck around. Let's have a quick look, sidetrack at Sarah Boone's invitation. Maybe she missed her calling. She should have gone into invitation making. Sarah Boone. What time is it? 6:45 a.m. Here we go. Here we go. Save image. I mean, obviously, one is done by a professional and one is done by an alcoholic inmate. So there's a difference. But, yeah. Let's read through it. Inmate seeks attorney. Looking for a prosperous challenge? Ready for your close-up on national television? That's the main line that hit home for Mr. What was his name? Owens. That's the main line that hit home for Mr. Owens, isn't it? Ready for your close-up on national television? Are you zealous with a side of keen? She's so weird. She's so weird. Show the world who you are with your original creativity, extraordinary expertise, confident ingenuity. There should be a fourth one. It would read better. But visually it wouldn't have been, so... fuck. Qualifications must include being trustworthy, honest, passion-driven, open-minded, exceptional problem-solving skills, client inclusion at all times, team orientation, collaboration, extreme efficiency in listening, communicating, understanding, dedication to success. You see, this is what she should have put in her personals ad. You know? It reads a bit like a dating profile, right? Dedication to success. Possessing a winning mindset. Capability of excellence in representation. Committed. Maintaining faith in the client and case, with the ability to think differently, overcome all circumstances. Well, not all of them. Not a jury of your peers. Epic opportunity awaits. Sarah Boone, 20005623, Orange County Corrections Department. Invest in the oppressed. Believe. She's a fucking head case. Would I let Sarah Boone out just to put Wendi in jail? Absolutely. Absolutely. She'll drink herself to death in 3 months. Problem solved. Be cheaper for the taxpayer. Yeah, I wonder how she's getting on, hey? Kitsu Nuguroi is the Japanese craft of repairing broken pots with gold lacquer. When the pot is repaired, it becomes even more beautiful for being broken. Sarah, this is your allocution. Okay, let's start thinking about wrapping it up, guys. We'll probably close this out soon. Hide this and hide this. And play this.
I was looking for the bourbon, and I must have put it in the bag of the bourbon that I kept in the car.
Can I hold on to this one for Mosaic?
Sure.
Okay. Do you need it to balance your book down?
No,
Okay.
sir, that's fine.
What's this?
I just didn't want you to think I was crumbling up other
No,
receipts. They're just-
it wasn't for that. I just was thinking before.
No, I just thought I would find the bourbon one.
Yeah.
But I must have put it in the bag.
Just looking at the dates.
I eat a lot. I lost the key to my house, so I went to buy many spare keys to give to friends around town so I don't get locked out of my house again.
Okay.
So that's what that is. It's my many spare keys that are now around Tallahassee, which now makes me nervous.
Okay. I know the receipt that I might be
Yeah,
issued in
real
is the gas
clever
receipt.
there, Wendi. Real clever. Yeah, there's... I recently locked myself out and I distributed thousands of keys to every resident in Tallahassee. And now there's a killer on the loose. So obviously, I better go to a secure building, like the Icon. But unfortunately, Tallahassee doesn't have a skyline or any high-rise buildings. We gotta go to Miami. And yeah, when am I gonna be back? Well, I'll have to let you know, because of the trauma. And yeah, so I'll have someone send you something.
Yeah.
What is the title of the video? How Wendi Adelson revealed her guilt or something? I never know what to put, but all of these things, collectively. I'm sick and tired of hearing doubt that Wendi will be brought to justice. This cannot be let go. If she never gets arrested, just burn down the entire country. It's over. It's over. Burn down the Justice Department, burn down the courthouse. It's over. It's over. We've got to get her. We cannot have these comments around saying, well, I don't know if it'll ever happen. Or maybe the state don't think there's enough to convict. We can't think like that. We have to find those things. We have to keep looking. This bitch needs bringing down hard. Stay strong, people. Stay strong. If there's not enough evidence, go over everything again. How many times have we been over this interview on this channel? I think this is our fourth time through the whole thing. It was the very first video we did, right? Very first video we did. I should go back and watch that. I bet it was a different show a year ago. With our 2 viewers. But we built it up. We built it up. How many we got in now? 186. Nice. Yeah. We have to stay with the mindset that after Donna, But like me, I think Georgia Kappelman knows full well that Wendi is totally prepared to go to trial, right? There's a little section of the plan. She's gone through one of those diagrams, looked at every single possible, what is the word? Permutation? Every eventuality, tree branching off, it just starts with the murder. Then, what if this happens? Yes or no? And then you go down, every single point has been worked out. There's a movie that's kind of like that. What is it? And once you've been through that amount of prep, and the strange thing I find is that depth and extent of a plan would be really hard to keep in your head, What was Joel Guy Jr.'s diary called? The Book of Premeditation. He put that on the front cover. That was the title for his journal. The Book of Premeditation. Oh, I can't believe Wendi's got some document lying around somewhere. But who knows? Anyway, let's start to wrap it up. Let's look for a good exit point for tonight's show, and we'll be back tomorrow, Sunday special, continuing our video on Wendi Adelson.
Oh, I asked for no receipt,
Okay.
so I can't give you my
That's okay.
charge card information, but
If I need it later on.
I didn't get a receipt.
That's all right.
Okay.
But you bought the bourbon over there sometime afternoon, and then went to. Okay. All right.
It should be, the bourbon's in the car, so
Okay.
it should be in there.
Okay, I'll get started on this, and I'll hold on to this.
Are you bringing the car here?
Yes, I think it's already here.
How did they bring it here without
Tow truck.
keys?
Tow
Tow
truck.
truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're trying to be as efficient as possible. All right, so we're working on the
Yep, Joanna's trying to make contact now with some friends.
okay, and then they'll come here, hopefully.
Hopefully as long as she can.
Do you think I need to? I had like a whole weekend of plans ahead with the kids and stuff. Like, should I start contacting people and let them know that like I can't?
Just
What's a good idea?
I
I can't show up for like play dates right now. So
sure, yeah.
I don't know. Like, do you want me not to tell people what's going on? Is this like?
Well,
I got that call from Lisa Carey. So like, how did she find out?
well, she said she saw something.
Hey, thanks so much, Nan, for the super chat. You're welcome, Nan, and thank you so much.
Neighborhood or heard
She
something.
said she
right?
heard there was a shooting on Trescott. I thought because she's a real estate agent, maybe she was rolling around and she saw Trescott. But how did, like, is it on the news? Like, did
Well, I can tell you that there was news media out there with cameras, but I don't know if anything has been reported as to the specific address.
Okay.
I don't know what our public information office has released.
I'm asking for you, like,
Okay.
I don't want to like make this,
She wants to know what she can tell people or what she can't right now.
which, in
Well,
terms of making things better or worse for you.
I would say that for right now, I would not deny to anybody that something did happen, but you
if
could.
I'm gonna call and cancel all my, like, I'm supposed to be at a party
Right.
tonight, like.
Okay, I can't. Basically, I can't go. There's been an incident.
So I
that's
can
happened
just
in
tell
family.
people I'm just not going to be able to be
Right.
there. I'll talk to you later, and that's
Right.
it.
That's
Okay.
fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want you. I don't want you not to have a support network of friends.
Yeah.
And
Well, I
and
will
you-
tell who needs to know, but
Right.
like I also, I don't.
You want to explain this to 1,000 people.
Well, it's not about. It's yes, but I don't think that's good for the kids. Like I don't want people. I don't know what to do about.
Look at this, man. I mean, she's just. Now we're moving into a new hat, a new Wendi Adelson hat, CEO Wendi. Okay, sitting in the middle with these little servers. Hello, yes, this is what I want. Okay, am I being clear about what I want and expect? Oh. Profitability, efficiency. It's just too much. We really need to count the characters, I didn't want the boys growing up thinking that's how you treat women, so I moved them in with my psychotic mother and evil dentist dad. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Great. Good move.
Like the kids are really young. I don't know what to do in terms of that reaction, but I also am kind of scared that there's like some maniac out there.
Can you imagine? Oh, I would like
And
for you to find who that is.
I would like for you to find whoever that is, so I don't want to make things worse in some way in terms of you being able to find someone.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking.
Just I would just only.
Yeah. Knowing full well that the person you're looking for is me. Oh, man. Amazing. It really is one of the best. And the fact that it's still active, the fact that it's been going on for 10 years, just of the trials alone, this is our 6th year, of trials going on, live action trials with Georgia at the helm, 6 years. What was I going to say? I don't know what I was going to say.
Tell the people that need to know, that are closest to you for your benefit, And anyone else, if they inquire, just you can tell them any excuse you want. You can say, the police have asked me not to discuss it.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
I'll throw you under the bus.
Okay, I'm used to that.
Okay.
I'll throw you under the bus. And my brother. You and Charlie under the bus. Oh. Isn't she charming, folks? Isn't she charming? Fucking sickening. You know? We've all seen in our own lives, people in our lives with elements of Wendi to them, right? And some of us have probably fallen for it. Maybe even more than once. But the important thing is that, you know, we use an example like this to remember, to learn and remember what we learned. And then go out into the world in a much safer, aware condition. Because they're everywhere. Not like this. She's probably one of the sickest individuals on planet Earth. She's an extreme case. Absolutely extreme. This is not someone that you're going to just run into an example of at work or school or wherever it is that you go. It's an extreme case. But to lesser degrees, there's thousands of these fuckers just loose, just running around that could make contact in your life at any given point. You never know. You never know. And you know, it's funny, isn't it? You know, when you're a kid and you're told about things like stranger danger, right? What to do if yell for help and run to someone you trust, or a policeman. You know, you're looking out for some flasher or somebody with a knife, or these types of things we drill into the children, right? We need to start teaching kids about these fuckers with shiny teeth and charming anecdotes and charming, you know, but they're actually some of the sickest individuals. And that's why we need to increase the awareness of everybody, right? Because it's only people that follow this case that really get a glimpse into this shit. There's other cases with similar crazy people, but I don't think that there's enough education, either through parents or in schools or whatever, how to recognize psychotic, narcissistic murderers that on paper look like they're decent citizens and educated, academic, whatever the fuck, wealthy, nice restaurants, doing philanthropic work, you know, blah, 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 blah. It's an act. You're a liar. There needs to be more education about this. We all take it upon ourselves to learn, right? We have to teach others. That's the way. That's the way. That's how we win, okay?
That's it, I swear, I'm just blowing my nose.
You're all right.
And Isom laps it up. Big Papa chuckle. Big Uncle Isom chuckle.
Sarah, your job is very hard.
Come on, anyone in chat with the opinion, oh, I think Isom knew something was up. Really? Why is that? I mean, there's zero Zero. There's one moment where Sarah Latour over here, victim advocate Sarah, catches something. Catches Wendi trying to push Jeff, hoping to get a response, and she doesn't. And you can tell that Sarah's like, whoa, that was weird. But because General Isom, a much more senior, senior law enforcement individual, and she's 2 years on the job, man. She got her degree in 2011. It's 2014 now. Okay? I mean, that's young. Think about when you were in your first job and you'd been in it for 2 years. Okay, you do a bunch of stuff after 2 years, but you're still totally junior, right? And Wendi had no control over this. She didn't know she was going to get friendly Papa Uncle Isom and 2 year out of school Sarah Latour. That was just the luck of the draw. Just like the phone call at the beginning from Lisa Curie. Many things played into her hand. And it makes me think that there's something like, well, not in any major serious way, but you do wonder sometimes if there's some fucking occult witch's spell going on here. You know, she's you know, what is the thing that people do? You know, some Ouija board shit, I don't know. Just a lot of stuff that went in her favor for this interview. In terms of who she was speaking to and who she wasn't speaking to, right? She was not speaking to Detective Sergeant Jim Smith of the OPP. You think he would have fallen for this shit? No way. Not a chance. Tough questions. That guy plays deep. General Isom's just too much of a nice guy for the job, I think. I'm sure he's had big, important cases. I mean, he's, at this time, he's 3 years away from retirement. So he's had, what, say, he's been on the job for 25 years at this point, a quarter of a century. Doesn't get much higher than that in terms of experience. I'm sure he's done great things. I'm sure he's helped justice many times. But on this time, he really just didn't realize what he was dealing with at all, you know. So people that want to come in the comments and say, well, you know, it could have been a police tactic. Maybe they didn't want to put pressure, so they would keep her talking. Yeah, they let her keep talking and she got her story out. Have I said enough? Okay, I've said enough.
It is.
You have a very nice personality for it. Very calming.
Thank you for saying that. That's kind of how I sell myself sometimes on doing this.
It's really hard. Do you know Gwen?
Gwen Williams?
Yakult. You see, you can tell Ian's Australian. Yakult. Healthy bacteria.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I think we did a presentation at a Red Cross human trafficking.
Sure, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because
That's Salvation Army?
Yes.
Yeah, that was me.
I thought so. Because when they were kind of telling me, you know, who I was going to be talking with, I was like, that sounds familiar.
But I had the boys there that morning, and that's why I, talked to them.
And I remembered you talking about...
Hey, Brig Mill is expecting a True Crime Metrix shirt in the mail very soon and is excited. Okay, Brig Mill, listen, if it's late or something, please send me an email, truecrimemetrics@gmail.com, or hit us up on Discord, because I've been assured that the company that supplies those merch products has sorted out their production issues, And I just want to confirm that everything else, that everyone's getting their stuff on time. Otherwise, I'm going to fucking write a very angry letter.
Your boys, actually, too. Well, it's good to see you again.
Sorry, under the circumstances.
I feel like I'm in the middle of a nightmare.
Oh, I think we're going to have to cut it off there, guys, because this is the bit where... Terrible move from Sarah Latour. She's just elevated Wendi Adelson to celebrity status, right? I saw you on stage giving a lecture at the Red Cross, whatever it was, you know. Now she's a groupie. Sarah's a groupie. Wendy's a rock star. And when you give someone, you know, here's an example. What did Detective Sergeant Jim Smith never once call Russell Williams? He never once called him Colonel. Why? Because when you're fucking Colonel of CFB Trenton, you are way higher than a fucking detective for the OPP, okay? You're way higher. Don't give him that elevated sense of self when you're the one that wants to grab him by the balls, okay? He'd probably like that, actually. We need a different analogy. We need a different analogy for Russell Williams. Oh, grab him by the thong. Give him a wedgie. No, he's already got one. Oh, God. You see, with a guy like Russell Williams, fucking perverted, rapist, murderer, I'm not saying he's less dangerous, obviously. I'm not saying he's less of a criminal or anything, but you know, I find it a bit easier to understand his fucked up motivations behind his crimes than I do Wendi Adelson's. Well, I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying, though? That you think of the most crazy, sadistic fucking killer out there, and I say Wendy's worse. Wendy's worse. All of those guys are terrible too, but Wendy's the fucking queen bee of terrible, evil criminality. And precisely because of this charming demeanor that she puts out. Russell Williams had a double life too, right? Respected colonel, blah, blah, blah. And then he was doing all of these nefarious acts. Oh no, we're wrapping it up. What time is it? Let's check. How did we do in chat? Did everyone have a good time in chat? Seemed to be a lot of comments. It was difficult to get through. And my browser, it's been slow. I don't know why. Okay, yeah. Well, it seems strange to say goodbye to 192 people. Almost hit 200 today. Or did we at some point? Not quite. Just under. Well, everybody come back tomorrow for Sunday Fun Day continuation of Wendi Adelson's interview. We'll cut it off there. We'll probably give it... where are we at? We're about a third of the way through. So maybe it'll be a 3-part special. Sunday, Monday. And we'll try and hit it a little earlier for all you East Coasters tomorrow. Sorry about the late hour, but it's your fault. You put your clocks forward and didn't tell anyone else. Can't the world agree, at least, with this fucking daylight saving time, you know? Oh. But we do feel closer to our friends in the Pacific. Or on the Pacific coast. Anyway, let's have a quick look in the chat. Any final comments? Last call for coffees. Good job, Neverly darling. our bulletproof moderator, Neverly Darling. She's the last man standing today, I think. Or woman. Last woman. Yeah. Oh, we got a super chat from Victoria Girl. Thank you, Victoria Girl. Rose 31. Nice touch. Okay, what is Acapella saying? Thank you, Acapella. By the way, Acapella, our, what is it called? Our remastered Dijon special of the Wendi Adelson interview. We've got another one, a better one, even better than this. It's going to be the best version on the internet. Without commentary. We'll put it up. We'll put it up without commentary. Of course we will. Not everyone likes the commentary, but I do. Metrix, were you ever able to get any of the people who insist that Isom was onto Wendi from the start and using a clever tactic by playing dumb during her interview to debate with you about that? Well, it wasn't so much creators, although I have been thinking about having a conversation publicly with that coffee girl up in Ontario, because we, friendly discussion. We do have some conflicting theories. Yeah, but she's not really been online much. I think she's maybe busy in the real world or something, but maybe we'll reach out. Maybe we should do a poll. Yeah, maybe look out for that. I'll speak to the coffee girl, and maybe we'll put a poll, just a straight poll on YouTube, showing up in your feed. We'll see if there's a demand for that. Voodoo, Wicked Wendi Witchcraft, OPP, you know me. Thank you, Clarissa. Yeah, it's always a good stream with Wendi. I mean, it's the fucking content. I'm the same as ever. It's the best content there is. Well, I assume that the fact that Wendi pulled the wool over his eyes is why he resisted Jeff. The White Knight just couldn't believe that he'd been wrong about the damsel in distress. No, I think in March 2015, Jeff really brought him round. It was Investigator Hale that really gave Jeff the kind of brush off, cold shoulder. And I think he should be out of a fucking job. What's the matter with you, Investigator Hale? Neverly says, I think I am in the middle of a nightmare. No, Wendi, you are the nightmare. Winona, it is Richelle, as in Richard. Richelle with an I. Okay. Great comments tonight, guys. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to the fabulous, bulletproof Metrix moderators. Everybody who supports the channel with super chat, super sticker givers, and coffee go-getters. We love it. We love it. Keep an eye out for that General Isom merch tomorrow, folks. I think it's going to be a nice one. I've got an idea for the layout in my head. There's going to be t-shirts, mugs. What else do we have? Hoodies and all that good stuff. All that good stuff. You know what's funny is that I don't have any of my own merch. I'd love one of everything. But I'm not even sure. I guess they do ship to Europe, or maybe there's a distribution center here. I mean, it's a big company, right? Big company. I'll have to look into that. This is interesting. I don't know this. Neverly says, guys, Donna signed the lease to the Icon in March. Failed attempt. Well, the failed attempt was in June. March was the Yardbird dinner. To move in May. Wendi moved in July. School started in August. Another coincidence. Yeah, and the house that Wendi lived in Miami, we saw pictures of that. Not it was around this time. There was a little house. Didn't look very secure. No, I think it was a bungalow. No bars on the windows or any sort of element of security whatsoever. So yeah, that was. I think it was leased, but I can't remember. And if I give bad information, people will all come at me in comments. But yeah, there's all that stuff about houses, perfectly being arranged in advance of when they would ultimately be needed. I mean, yeah, it was leased, because I remember thinking that if it had been purchased, the Adelsons were into property flipping, it's a handy business for moving money around, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, you just offset it. They call it skim. Just skim it off the top. Tax? What tax? We're selling a property. Yeah. So, and I remember thinking that it was funny that it was leased, because if it had been purchased, you could easily say that they were adding a property to their portfolio, and when it became needed for Wendi to move, because Tallahassee wasn't safe, because all of her keys were everywhere, whatever, that they said, okay, well, we've bought this property to resell it. We were going to renovate it, resell it, whatever they were planning to do, but now you take it on for you and the boys. If it had have been a purchase, that might have made sense. But why would you lease a property if you're a developer, if you're a property developer? Doesn't make any sense. And it was definitely done pre-murder, and it's where Wendi ended up living, I believe. Jack Campbell is the problem. I fucking hate that guy. A weak man. Get him out of office. He's unopposed to that position. Man, a drunk chimpanzee eating a Subway sandwich would do a better job than him. And would probably win the vote, right? Chimpanzee shows up, drunk, covered in chipotle sauce. I'd vote. Hey, does anyone know if you have to be an American citizen to pass the bar exam? Or can you just do that anyway? I think I'd like to do it. I think that would be a really, not to actually become a practicing attorney, just for the challenge, and to really go through, the education of what it is that lawyers know about. I think that'd be a great thing to do. Probably take a while, right? But yeah, we could probably do it through a correspondence school. Nan says, pressure needs to be on Jack Campbell. Call his office and demand justice. Yeah, people put pressure on him all the time. Someone from, was it Australia or New Zealand, sent him an email which he responded to, and then that person got in touch with me, and I couldn't believe his response. It was so arrogant and so what is the word? Not picky. It was arrogant and you know, just a childish thing, just like having the last word with some nobody from, I mean, not a nobody, but you know, no one of relevance to the justice system, put it that way, in Australia or New Zealand. Did anyone see the couple of emails from Wendi to the guy writing the book? Yeah, we heard about that, we saw that. I think we've got a video here about that, but we're going to come back to that tomorrow because I need to double, triple check it. Jesus Lover says, I can only imagine the additional electronic evidence from Donna's devices. I am so excited. Yes, there will be a bunch. This is what I love about having multiple trials, you know. I can see the value in trying them all at once. It would be a quicker route to justice for the Markels. It would cost less for the taxpayer. But selfishly, I really like that they're all separated because with each trial, we get to hear the same story from a slightly different perspective, right? Sigfredo and Katie, we heard a lot about Sigfredo's involvement through the actual hit, right? Then Katie's trial, we got to hear a lot about what was going on with her and Charlie and Yindra and so on like that. And then we had Charlie's situation where we got a new perspective again. It's like we get this kind of movie, for want of a better word, from different angles. And now with Donna's trial, we're going to see a bunch of new evidence that we've never seen before, right? Text messages, emails, all sorts of stuff. All sorts of stuff. Brigmill says, Donna Adelson is going to lose her mind when she's found guilty. Yeah, she still thinks she's getting out. We read out her latest letter. I think it was sent on the March 11th. And yeah, she's planning what she's going to do when she gets back to Florida, to Miami. This was all my children's idea. I don't think she's going to say that. Maybe she's thinking it. Willie B says, nah, Willie darling, I figured that, but surely they open and serve. Imagine 10 guests, 10 bottles hard liquor for newlyweds. I doubt I had 10 bottles in 20 years of marriage. Yeah, well, it's not for everybody. And I don't think it's the best thing to mark a marriage with, you know. I mean, you know, a load of hard liquor. I mean, you know, I don't think heavy drinking is the best thing to include in your relationship, you know. Yeah, the champ. Could Metrix make a web page with a list of evidence? You know, that's what I used to do. You know, and before I started the YouTube channel, that's what I was working on. I was gonna be doing a really good website, and I took the development almost to the point of launch, and then I completely ran out of money and just had to do other things. And then I started the channel, and you know, the channel's been going well. You know, we're building it up slowly, but I do want to find some time to come back to the development of the website, because I had some fucking fantastic ideas about how we can you know, store this information and have it relate and all sorts of stuff like that. I think we could really produce a good immersive resource for people to really go on their own investigatory journey into this case and others. So that is on the project board. the champ, and thanks for mentioning it. Even if they cut her deal for telling on her kids, it's a life sentence. Yeah, you know, really, Donna is not guilty or bust, you know. All eggs in one basket, which obviously is not a good thing for her. We all love it, it's fine. Okay, we're gonna wrap it up. Colleen Harnett is obsessed with this case and loves that she finally got her man hooked on Wendi stuff. Good on you, Colleen. That's fantastic. I love it when people's spouses sort of say, "Oh, what are you watching that for? What another true crime? You're always watching that true crime." And then they're like, what is going on here? I've heard that happen a few times. Okay. Okay. I'm just skimming through the last few comments here, guys. Oh, we've got some big ones. You can get here we go. You can get a diploma privilege and not have to pass the bar. In some states, Wisconsin is one of them. Yeah, but I'd really like to pass the bar. You know, just to be able to say, when I pass the bar, you know. No, it'll be fun just to do the education, but I could do that myself in the law library. Brigmail says, I was just saying, having to have a JD in most states keeps... Oh shit, where's... Sorry, I jumped. Having to have a JD in most states keeps me from being able to take the bar exam. Thought about moving to a state where you can take the bar without a degree. So first you've got to do the JD, the Juris Doctorate, is it? Is that what it is? Loves Wisconsin. What state are you in, Brigmill? Loves Wisconsin, hates the weather. Only goes for the cheese. Jesus lover, I am so glad that you started this channel, TCM. You're hilarious and deliver the facts with a sense of humor. That's what we try to do. Some of the times it comes off. Lovely Vietnam, how Donna must wish she'd gotten there. Okay, we're wrapping it. Oh, Ohio. Go Buckeyes. Yeah, Shivani says the easiest way to pass the bar is to walk by a pub without entering. Yeah, that's an old joke, Shivani. Alright, the dog is making noises at me. We have to go. She's the boss. She's the boss. We will say good night, everybody. Thank you, everybody, again. Thank you, fabulous chatters, super sticker givers, coffee go-getters, bulletproof Metrix moderators, and others. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, early. I'll put the fucking thumbnail up as early as I can. Let's draw a crowd, baby. Okay, see you later, guys. Woo-hoo. True Crime Metrix out. Hang on. True Crime Metrix out.